Alright, now let's actually continue. Like, for sure, for sure. I'm 13 minutes in and I haven't done shit. Alright. So I might as well start from the beginning of what I was saying before. Oh my gosh, I put the fucking chat away, bro. Like, what? Um, so as I was saying before, basically what we're doing here is vintage hunting slash retro hunting on Eevee. And to do that, you have to do 500 Pokemon, whichever one you want to kill off to potentially find and reduce your chances to find a retro Pokemon. And that's what we're doing today. Um, and I did add another idea, and what I wanted to do is, I mean, this is kind of against the rules, but I wanted to. I was thinking about doing this as well. As like, since we caught Ditto in the last episode, is to also like breed it with Drakia potentially, and maybe train up one of these Pokemon like Sharpedo or something. Like, I would like to also train Shiny Haunter because eventually we're gonna use that. And we also have these Pokemon. So I don't know. There's some stuff I was considering. So yeah. Let's see here. Okay, you know what? Let's go right quick. Fly over to um, the institute. So hopefully everything works out. To be honest, I need to keep my you know looking out in the I'm blanking so hard. My eye on the timer. That's what I wanted to say. I'm pretty sure this is the place I need to go for the daycare. Alright. So it's actually up here. Yeah, I mean I did go to the right place, but I guess I could also technically go to the library to fly at. I forgot that's an option, but um right quick, let's go right here. The one thing I don't like about this is that like Drakeo meanwhile is gonna be in here gaining levels, and I kinda don't want that. You know what I mean? Like that's kinda what it is. So I'll put Gorochu temporarily here. Put Ditto here. Let's put Roserade here. Sharpedo X. Let's see. I don't know if there's other Pokemon I want to train up, to be honest. Because besides this, um, Typhlosion is already caught up, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so I guess that's fine too. Um, I guess that's all the Pokemon I want. Alright. Let's do this because we're also kind of gonna do some shiny hunting, and it's gonna be a good, interesting question. Is all like, what's gonna come first? Uh, is it gonna be the shiny Pokemon I get first, or the vintage one? Probably the shiny one, if I'm being honest, because there is like, um, I don't know. There's some vintage mons that are harder to find, especially, and there is such thing as a shiny vintage slash shiny retro. But to be honest, and you'd be surprised of me saying this, but I don't want that. But yeah, is there another Pokemon I want to train? What do you have as an item? Quick Claw, okay, and then I think you just have. Let's see, what do you have? Lucky Egg. I do. Well, maybe I don't want it. Because I know it's quicker training, but I'm going to be here a while. Alright. I guess I'll do that, and I might as well get Typhlosion. We'll have Roserade Eggs on the side here. And for items... I want to have the experience share on you. I thought about this a little bit, because the thing is that like while I train, Like Azure over here, I don't know, because Eevee's like there's a lot of Pokemon that are level 48 by my area, or like in the 40s, and Haunter still needs some levels, and I'm pretty sure Eevee knows Bite, so that's the only thing. So we'll do that, and a little bit of training. I probably should have looked up beforehand, uh, you know, the levels of the gym leader. So yeah. Let's see here. Let's go fly. Over here. I think it's where I'm supposed to be, unless that's not it. Okay. Let's go over here. I'm like multitasking at the same time because I want to check. Could I take this shortcut? And yeah, eventually in the episode, oh my gosh, I just cornered myself. Eventually in this episode, or you know, in the actual episode, I'll explore like the whole place and talk to everybody. But let's go outside. This is not gonna be the first time I'm gonna be like wandering around. Let me put Vegas City just so I could check the gym leader and all that. Um, Hold on, let me put Pokemon Xenoverse because I just put that. Pokemon Xenoverse, Vegas City. Let's put the gym. Okay, because we do have a gym leader coming up. There's so much things popping up on my screen. I didn't want to click on you. It seems like the ace is 52, which I had a feeling, so I can't get too crazy with the levels. And I already battled you, and there is some trainers I have to watch out for. Alright. And I do have a click counter. Oh crap, there's a trainer right there. I'm gonna try to run as many Pokemon as much as I can. And like I know that the eggs are gonna be a lot quicker than I thought. Or not quicker than I thought, but by now I'm pretty sure that they already did the hanky panky. So the Pokédex already available. But this Eevee is like 1% chance, and we have to find at least 500 of them in order to reduce the chances. Unless it guarantees it, and it just or something like that. I don't know. Regardless, it is like a chance to find it, I suppose. All right, but this is gonna take a while. I kind of wanted to go in a different spot, to find I don't know, like a better flower patch, but I guess it technically doesn't matter. I should probably get on a board, huh? You know what I could do actually? I could like search up Route 10. Okay, let's did I not have that equipped? I thought I had that equipped. Was it not F5? It is F5. Why didn't it register? I literally clicked on it. Let's go on the Pokeboard, make this a little faster. Let's see, route. Oops. Route. Or am I gonna find a different shiny Pokemon rather than either Eevee or Vintage Eevee? What is your guys' guess when it comes to all this? That is the question. There is other methods on like finding the Pokemon easier. I just don't know for, you know, in particular Eevee, because that's gonna be the thing for me where, oh, there's a coin. Unless there is a method that I'm not considering. Because as you can see, it says Nosepass, Hysteric, Jigglypuff, Ladian, Roselia, Ditto, Hawlucha, which we haven't seen yet. Eevee, as we saw, Coin, Bremen Vocalist, Chansey, Kricketune, Swadloon. Oh, there's our first Eevee! Nice! Okay, let's kill it. It's such a vile thing. Yeah, we found one Eevee. Heck yeah. Okay, well let's add to the counter. Booyah! First one out of many. Alright. One Eevee out of 500. There's also a Xenoversal Mon, but that has to be close to a Dimensional Rift, which we don't know where that is out here. But we will find out soon. The tricky thing is, because usually what I like to do with certain rare Pokemon is like determine their level, because some Pokemon sometimes in certain routes are higher level than others. Like for example, oh there's Halicha. I'm trying to think of a certain example, but I at the top of my head I'm not sure. I'm forgetting, man. Basically, this Eevee is from level 36 to 37. Oh no, it's 5% on the daytime. And not nighttime. You know, it's interesting that like in the episode I was looking for it and I used my token that I just didn't have a chance to begin with. It says 0%. But I guess it's a 5% mon, which isn't too bad. Oh no, I'm looking at Halicha. I'm looking at the wrong fucking Pokemon. Oh no, yeah, no, it's 5%. Bremen Vocalist turns out to be rarer than that, though. I'm just trying to think if there's something I'm not considering even still, though. There's so many other Pokemon at level 36. And there's no in between either. It's either level 36 or 37. So that's unfortunate. Oh, that's Eevee number 2! Bro, this is exciting. I don't know. This is Eevee number 2 and I'm already hyped. And it lived my Aqua Jet, bro. Level 38? Yo, this fucking page lied to me. It says 36 to 37. Well, I mean, it's a fan page, I guess. Alright, well that's Eevee number 2. Let's raise up the counter. Yeah. I wish there's an easier way to do the counter, but I have the chat open. I'm not even sure if Crimson's here anymore, to be honest with you. But yeah. I'm on the quest, damn it. I'm on the quest. Well, I don't know. Okay. After I go for 10 EVs, I'll go get the egg. How about that? Because I feel like I'm gonna be here all day, because I'm not gonna die to Eevee anytime soon, I don't think. Jigglypuff. Alright. Hysteric. I also can't see if there's even viewers on right now. I just barely see the chat. That's as far as it goes. Like I said, the Xenoverse window, it like pops up on my screen and it just like completely blocks everything to a point where like the bottom of the screen is like cut off, and I don't understand why they did it that way. And I can't like adjust the window. Well, kind of. Just I don't know. It's extremely vertical. Oops. But yeah. Oh, my game is delayed and laggy. Alright. Halucha. You know, for Halucha, he's 5%. Interesting. Alright. Coin. Alright. Ditto. Part of me wants to just get the Poke Egg now, to be honest. I don't think I'll have patience for 10. I don't know. Let's see here. Coin. Alright, let's see here. Hysteric. Boom, Brucelia. Okay. So yeah, for what's been happening to me from like a year ago, you know, for those that are gonna be watching this, like I used to work at a certain place, and I always, you know, like if you guys know me, you know me that I already, you know, bad luck kind of surrounds me all the fucking time. And I mentioned this in the Xenoversal episode. I don't know why I say Xenoversal, but um, there was a point in the span of 2 weeks about that like practically 1 week. It just like very close together that I had three flat tires on this car. Um, and this is a certain different car compared to like the other one I'm currently driving right now. So that's a bit of foreshadowing on it. That yeah, I had three flat tires in the span of 2 weeks and everything, and that caused me to lose my job because of it. Because you know I had tardiness and all that stuff, and like you know with this job, like there's certain points that they kind of punish you with, and when you exceed certain amount of points, you just get let go of the job. And this job was like 45 minutes away, where like you know I kind of you know I pick a shift and I drive towards it, and you know, on this specific day and everything, uh, I always usually leave and get there on time. Like I'm not a person that gets there too early, but I still have enough time to get there, considering. But it only took like 5 or 10 minutes on the last flat tire, or you know, the tire to flat, like 5 minutes upon driving that it happened. And I tried to just drive back home just to make it easier on myself and not get stranded out on the freeway. So I'd like try to go through the neighborhoods and try to make it back. But the GPS, cause like I try to make it so like I switch it so it doesn't lead me to another freeway. So I put it on walking mode, to you know to put it on walking mode. But then it's like, oh, okay, now walk through the freeway bridge that goes and overlaps the freeway, and I'm like, fuck, all right, well, I'll just park here then. And you know, I try to ask for help to get the tire changed because I don't know how to do that. And also to mention that the bolts to get the tires out, even with help, the tire was like a bit too tight to take off, so I had trouble with that. Um, so like it wasn't my first rodeo with it. Like we literally have to get like a power like screwdriver socket thing to like get it out and stuff. Or like use a technique to use leverage to unscrew it, but it's pretty it's an ordeal for sure. But the person that was supposed to change the tire decided to like shower first, like when I'm trying to make it to my job on time, and like he got there like a whole 45 minutes to an hour, and I'm just sitting there doing jack shit. um And yeah, like right then and there, I knew I was gonna lose my job because I'm just waiting there in a random neighborhood, just like on my phone, looking and hoping that they would get there on time and stuff. But yeah, I wasn't like immediately fired, but I knew I was going to be because like I don't know, like I even asked them, I'm like, okay, so like what happens now because I exceeded the points? They're like, uh, well, what happened? I mean, and they're trying to look for any excuse to, um, to because you could in a way negotiate your points down. You just go like, oh well, I had a doctor's appointment and that's why, and then they could reduce your points if it's a viable reason. But I think it's a viable reason to have my points reduced if it's just so happened to be three flat tires and I have proof, that I took pictures. Oh, this is like our first lady, and I took pictures of these flat tires, and I have pictures of the receipts on buying new tires and stuff like that. But that's just like the tip of the iceberg with all that stuff. But yeah, ultimately they let me go because they're like, oh, there's nothing I could do. And then, like, going for unemployment, they're like, well, that's not a good enough reason to get fired. I'm all like, well, I don't know what to tell you, bruh, but that's the reason why that I got fired. It's just that I can't make it to work. Like I know it seemed like a coincidence and I could see why it's bullshit, but that's just the ultimate truth. And that car had car problems to a point where it just like if the car stopped then this is like weeks later or even months later, I'm not really sure, but um the car, like every time it would stop on the street, there's a good chance that the car would just turn off, and that would happen. And that was every now and then a personal driver for people that they would pay me to do this stuff. So it doesn't help that I'm like overusing the car, but that's how I got paid as an alternative instead of the last job that I had. And yeah, to a point where I had to leave the car behind because it just turned off on a random street, and it eventually got towed, and I just had to give up the car. As for the other car, it has like some of its own car problems. Where last year I literally almost died, um, and yeah, it was a scary situation because that car brakes just didn't work, and I know that now, like obviously, like, but it's to a point where I was driving the street and I see a bunch of cars ahead. Oh, there's the third Eevee. There we go. Took long enough. Okay, there we go. Third Eevee. Boom, ba dum. All right, let's get this going again. I just have to do so many clicky windows. Um, So basically, like I said, with the whole uh, yeah. So basically, what happened was that there was cars ahead. When they're waiting by a street light, like there was a lot of them. This was like a busy street that was available and such. Um, and there's like about 15 to 20 cars there, and I'm like, oh shit. Well, there's the 1% Pokemon. Interesting. I'm finding these rare Pokemon rather almost effortlessly. That's pretty incredible. Um, but yeah, I'm like about what, like 60 yards away at this point or something like that, like from one block seeing this happen, and I'm like the only one. And then I realized that the brakes turned off and stuff, uh and the car isn't stopping, and I saw that and I panicked and everything. I kind of said to myself, no, no, or whatever. It just sounded like, I don't know. It reminded me, just thinking back on it, just like the X-Men 2 movie where like Wolverine kind of says no, or I don't know. It just reminded me of Wolverine when I said it, but I was panicky and I had to swerve to the right to avoid the cars in front of me because, like I said, there was like about 15 to 20 cars just parked there waiting for the street light to go red from green. And because the street light was on red or green, like there's different cars turning in already. Like there's already the intersection of oncoming cars, and my car has no brakes, and I'm swerving around to the right, and I had to cross a red while the cars are like finishing turning, and I got lucky enough to avoid them, and it was like kind of reflex in a way, where like I had to you know dodge these cars and stuff. It was almost kind of like a instinctual in a way that I was avoiding these cars. Um, and I did that like hoping that the car would naturally slow down, and eventually it did. Cause it felt like I was going faster than I actually was. It felt like I was going 60 miles per hour, which I wasn't. This was, since it's a street light, I was going less than 40 pretty much, but something like that. I don't know. It felt overwhelmingly fast even still. Probably because I was panicky. But yeah, it eventually slowed down, and then the brakes kind of was doing better. I don't know. It was a weird day because um, the brakes would fail on me, and I was just trying to get home and stuff. And yeah, I took the moment. I was like, taking a breath of relief, and uh, just took a moment and shit and put hands on my face, like, holy fuck, I don't know how I managed that and everything. While this is happening, those 15 and 20 cars that I passed by are obviously pissed off because, like, while I passed them, I kept honking just so I could be like, oh, get the hell out of my way, trying to hope that somebody notices and don't make a move or something. But I don't know. I wouldn't blame them from their perspective. They think I'm just showing off and being a dumbass and a fool or something. But I was just like honking to get them out the way and get their attention. But I don't know. There's a lot of them that looked at me like if I purposely was being reckless or being a dumbass or something. That I got some dirty looks. Like when I was parked on the next street light, like the following street light, I had to awkwardly stop because I didn't purposely go cross the red light against my will or anything. But we got ourselves the fourth Eevee here as I talk about this stuff. There we go. Yeah. And also remind me if I forget to go on the clicker thing. 4 EVs down. I guess I could go get the egg after I run out of moves. Why is the screen just black? Okay, it's Chansey. I was gonna say 10, but I think realistically if I run out of Aqua Jets, that'll be a good indication. Well, either one or the other, whatever I'm feeling. If it feels like it's too long or too short or whatever, then we'll go from there. But yeah, I definitely remember getting a dirty look from this other guy because, like, he took the time to stop the car to the side before he head to the right just to look at me, all pissed off. And that obviously didn't feel great, but I'm all like, well, I didn't do it by choice. I'm not doing it just to be like, man, fuck you guys, I'm passing, bro. I don't want to wait. I don't want to go by this red street light. Fuck you. And just go ahead. And I don't give a fuck about the law or what, I don't know, whatever they thought I was doing. Uh, like, I guarantee you none of those 15 to 20 people think that I was that my brakes was fucked up. I don't think that ever crossed their head that could have been an option. But yeah, I don't know. That's just the reality of it. I mean, I never saw them again, I don't think, or nobody pointed it out. I don't think anybody like looked at the license plate and like that. But I did like get the brakes repaired and stuff, and different car mechanical issues with that car that I had to pay with the mechanic, and I didn't even trust the mechanic all the way because it seemed like he. I don't know. I just don't trust mechanics. There's only like one mechanic I trust, and even he couldn't help me because he had like a new job and he's contractually obligated to like not help out outside work. So, but yeah, all the other mechanics I just straight up don't trust because I don't know. Sometimes it feels like mechanics would purposely sabotage a car if it means that the customer would come back so they could fix and continue fixing the car. Because they rely on, getting more cars, in their service so they could fix more cars to get more money. And they they do that, and I experienced it myself. And there's been times, even with the mechanic I was dealing with, that fixed those brakes. Like obviously he's got to do that, but he might sabotage something else without me knowing. That I had another mechanic says, oh, if he supposedly fixed this, he messed this up. They just basically put a patch on it, and eventually, 3 weeks down the line, oh, look at that, the car is broken again. I guess we have to take it back to the mechanic and pay him more money. So, I mean, if the other mechanic's saying that, then like I don't know, it just so happened. And I shared the car with the family, so like, you know, even though I tell them that I don't trust the mechanic, like they ended up going back with them, and um, they figured out that that mechanic wasn't trustworthy, which I knew from the start. I just don't trust Easy with mechanics for shit. But yeah. Um, but it's just a whole year of being unemployed. Isn't good, and I'm draining more and more money because of the mechanic stuff. And yeah, I mean that's for the most part. I mean that's just kind of, believe it or not, a shorter version of the story as we get ourselves our fifth Eevee here. All right, there we go. Swift. Okay, well we know that he has Swift now. Does he have Bite? He might have Bite. All right, let's go click on the little tally mark. 5. Boo shakalaka. Um, but yeah. Hopefully everything in the screen is alright though. And yeah, like everything's just catching up to me, and like I had to rely on the tax refund that I had in like April. Like I didn't even plan to get my tax refund, but my family felt like I had to get something, and I didn't think I was gonna get anything because the last job I had, I didn't put in as much hours as I needed to. But I was gonna plan to do more because oh wow, that was another Eevee already. That's amazing. Copycat. Okay, well we got this. Alright, that was pretty good. Maybe the game knows I'm looking for him, but that's 6 Eevees now. Okay. What the hell was I saying? The Eevee threw me off. Uh, yeah, no, I did have a plan pertain to the job because I felt like I wasn't doing as much as I needed to either way. But I was gonna expand because I actually had like a full year working there, and I was gonna be like, let me do something else because I wanted to do different like job positions when it comes to it. and potentially get promoted. I don't know, but I still want to expand and try other things. So at least they look at me or consider me into that light to get promoted. Like I know I wasn't gonna get promoted anytime soon, but that's always a goal of mine when it comes to jobs is to get promoted into a better position and to get paid more. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Either way, like throughout the job, like I didn't feel like I worked as much as I should have. But I was surprised on the tax refund that I got, and I was like, okay, and that's basically what I was living off of for a while I was looking for like other work. And sure, I got like paid on the side for like different projects and shit like that, but yeah, I'm clearly out of the tax refund money, and now I'm here, and now my editing program annual fee's coming up on August 6th, and it's yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of bills I have to pay, and I normally don't like handouts of any kind, but like this is my last ditch effort, and this is why I'm doing this. And I mean I did plan the Xenoversal thing for a long time. It's just that I couldn't do these episodes sooner because every now and then I get super busy. That and I have a terrible sleep schedule, and I don't really sleep too well, and I don't really have an open window sometimes to work on stuff. But I've been trying to do the most lately. And for the next couple days, we're gonna be doing these streams. I don't know how long this vintage hunting will take me, but I'll do my best. I'll do what I can to make this work. Uh, but yeah, I mean the plan is I don't know if I think it's worth watching the whole VOD. I mean like the first 7 minutes is just gonna be me fiddling with the settings and shit to try and make it work. Uh, but yeah, I for sure need to. I don't know. To be honest, I lost my train of thought when it comes to all this. Basically, what I oh no, okay, I remember what I was saying. No, it's worth watching the VOD over again for people that won't be able to watch it live or whatever if they are working because it is Monday, and I don't know why I always gravitate towards like recording or not recording but streaming around 12 o'clock. But we'll shoot for about 4 hours, maybe more than 4 hours, just depending how I feel. But yeah, that's for the most part. Hopefully the frame rate and all that's pretty decent, I would say. Um, whatchamacallit. Um, but the plan is when it comes to the streams, if it actually does well, and when I'm talking about well, I mean like it has to do. I have to see some results when it comes to this. I will continue having different chapters be unlocked, as you may saw, like if you might have seen in the video that I put. I mean, unless you didn't see like the little trailer thing introducing chapter one when it comes to this. The idea is vintage slash shiny slash retro hunting for the most part. Up until I find that, when I get successful with this, we'll go from there and we'll see what's the next chapter. If it's really successful, we'll do Yoshi's Story Nuzlocke, which is something I wanted to do last year in the anniversary, and it didn't take me till like around this year to do it. Um, or it could be Majora's Mask 3-day run, or it could be just straight up shiny hunting for like another shiny, or like because we are trying to egg hatch as well. Um, Multiple factors. It's a whole bunch of multiple factors here. Um, Whatchamacallit though. And yeah, I don't know. There's different games that we could easily play on here. I wouldn't mind playing Marvel Snap, doing the Grand Arena, even though I was recording episodes that you might not see till like months later. It just depends. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much the plan. And like Donut Rush, TCG Pocket potentially. Like there's a lot of options that we could do here, but it all depends on you guys to make this work. Because August 6th is when the annual fee is over, and I might have to cancel the whole subscription with the editing software, and then I won't be able to put any videos up. Um, and that's gonna suck. But I mean, I'll still be streaming. It's just like, I won't have any videos up for the making, but we'll have something in the next couple days to stream. It's not all gonna just be vintage hunting unless it just resorts to that. Um, because I'm not just sitting here twiddling my thumbs either. Like I am like looking for jobs. Like I just stopped by. Like this is kind of the reason why I was kind of late-ish. Is because like I woke up earlier than I usually do, but I went over to a job place just to check my status. And at first it looked promising because I stopped by this one place like about 2 weeks ago just to be like, well, I don't know. Okay, well, with this particular website, because I don't want to give the location away or like what job I'm going for at the moment, but for some reason in their website, trying to apply for the place, just selecting my location, and I'm okay giving away this tiny hint, but like, um, it's like okay, select the locations to apply for the job, and it doesn't take me off Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. And not only do I not live at Pigeon Forge, I don't live in Tennessee, and it doesn't let me change anything pertain to it at all. Like it doesn't let me, and I don't understand why. So I don't get that. So I figured to myself, maybe, oh, here's our next Eevee here. Let's go with Aquajet. He lived by one. He has Baton Pass, so Swift and Baton Pass. I'll go with Aquajet. I'm just gonna do Aquajet for all of these, to be honest with you. As yours level 28, right? I don't know if I missaw it. 29. Okay, I had a feeling. All right, let's raise up the counter. Of course, that is our 7th Eevee. That's not bad, I think. Let me get the chat going. Actually, how is the thing going? Hold on, let me look it up. That looks pretty neat. I'm very behind on the stream, I see. What the fuck? I'm extremely delayed. Alright, no problem. I don't know why I have this gigantic delay, but I do. What was I gonna say though? What was I talking about? Shit. All these Eevees and so what the fuck? Whoa, this is a rare Ditto with an imposter ability. That's pretty neat. I don't know why it looked like it attacked me straight from the get-go though. Oh man, I deadass forgot what I was talking about. Shit. Oh my gosh, that's another Eevee. Yo, I'm getting really lucky with this. I like that. Halaka a lot. Halaka a lot. And I don't appreciate you living my Aqua Jets, bro. Like, what the heck? Like, I guarantee you on the other Pokemon, it's not going to be doing that. Alright, let's raise the counter up yet again. That's our 8th Eevee. Okay. We're not doing too bad. I think I will do it till I run out of Aqua Jets. I'll just make it an Aqua Jet rule, I suppose. What was I talking about? Shit. Distractions. Oh, it's crazy. Oh, I really don't recall now. My memory's been so shit lately, and I think it's because I was I don't know, maybe something to do with my sleep. Because I don't know, it just feels too recent though. Like the past 3 days, IRL, I was just so forgetful, and I hate that. Um. I just remembered. Okay, so Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Like I said, not only do I not live at Pigeon Forge, my state that I live in is not Tennessee. Um, so it's rather confusing that it did this to me out of all things. So that's just a tiny clue. So you could like eliminate that, and now you got 49 other states to deal with to figure out. Unless you figure out through other clues or whatnot. But either way, I figured maybe if I just go to the workplace and just ask for applications, then I'll do it. But we got ourselves our ninth Eevee now. Let's go ahead and do that route there. He does have bite. Interesting. See, this is why I didn't want to get out Azure, because it would have been very dangerous to have you out. But 9, there we go. All right. Um, but yeah, when I went to the workplace, it seemed promising at first because, like, I was like, "Oh, I'm applying for a job," and I explained the situation that, like, it said Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, and I'm all like, I might as well do it in person, and like. The boss lady took the time to be like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Just come over here. Just write all your information down onto the paper, and just put your name, put your number, put your like email, put your like time that you're available, put all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like it feels like she was going out of her way to get me this job and stuff. And I did it, and like I didn't fully remember what she said after that. I'm like, okay, so what else do I write? Oh, put your number. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, what's next? Put your email. Oh, okay, sorry. What's next? Oh, put the time that you're available. Oh, okay, cool. And then I put it there, and she asked like for my resume. I'm like, well, I don't have it on me. I didn't think we would go this far, to be honest with you. Like in my head, at least, I didn't say that out loud. She's like, okay, cool. I mean, like, just well, I mean, she didn't say cool, but she said like, okay, no big deal. Just send me your resume through my email, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I did that, and she replied back saying, okay, I got it, no problem. And I'm all like, I think I got a pretty good chance at this job, to be honest with you. And I even asked before I left, I'm like, wait, so you guys are hiring, right? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, cool. That sounds good. So like I was pretty optimistic about this. Um, and 1 week passed by, and I felt a bit impatient, even though it usually takes 2 weeks through my experience for like the whole process to take on like getting jobs or whatnot. So yeah, after 1 week I was like, oh hey, I'm just checking my status on the job, da 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 and I didn't get a reply, and I'm like, shit, okay, well maybe I just need to wait a little bit. And then I'm like, maybe a week later on the following Monday, which is today, I should go over and check my status, but hopefully I'm not, pushing a boundary by doing that. But I felt okay about it, and like I was talking to family, and they're like, yeah, you should probably do that. I mean, I would. I'm like, okay, cool. So yeah, I stopped there earlier today, and that positivity I had and the optimism I had, that kind of, you know, it today earlier, like I don't know, about a whole hour or two ago, um, it kind of created self doubt just a tiny bit on like the workplace and how the boss runs things. Because as soon as I got there, and I wasn't just there for that, but that was like my primary reason. But when I stopped by at the job, I was like, oh, I'm just checking the status for the thing, and it's like the same boss lady. I almost didn't recognize her though, to be honest, because there was a chance in my head I'm like, maybe this isn't the same person. I don't know. And then they were like, oh, were you the one that like wrote this down all in the paper? I was like, yeah. And it's like, oh, okay. And I felt like I caught her off guard because she was in the middle of doing something else. So she stopped what she was doing and she was like, oh, okay, let me get the stuff out of my truck or something. So she literally left the workplace to go to her truck and then grab the stuff and come back. I'm like, oh, dang. Like, I really, really threw her off. And she came back and then she looked at my resume and she asked like a few questions. Um, and then she was all like, oh, I mean, we could set up an interview. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool, no problem. And I know it sounds good so far, a little bit, like, but yeah, there was like a tiny bit where it felt very disorganized. Oh, it's another imposter one, but it's I don't know. That's just kind of how I felt the whole time. Like if you were seeing through my perspective, you would see that she was fucking everywhere. Like she was going left, she was going right. She couldn't. She was like, okay, let me go to my truck because I left it in my truck and or whatever. And then she's asking the other person, okay, where the hell's my phone? This and that. Oh, yeah, we could do an interview. That's kind of how it felt. And then she left that side to go in a different spot in the workplace, and then she came back and then she just let me know as we get our 10th Eevee? Is this 10? 10th Eevee? Oh my gosh, don't you bite me, you mother... Don't you bite me, Eevee! Punk motherfucker. Alright, hold on. That is our 10th Eevee. Nice. So good. I'm still very behind on the stream, I see. But I don't know. The interview never was scheduled is part of the thing. So that's why it also felt off to me. Cause she was all like, "Oh well, I mean, we're about to let go of some people here, and you're at like the top of the list to be contacted, and because we're not hiring right now." And in my head, when she said that, I'm like, "Well, 2 weeks ago, you literally, like, I asked you if you were hiring, and you, with confidence, said yes, and also." You made it seem like, you know, going out of your way to do this, that I was under the impression, like, I didn't say this out loud, this was all in my head. I was under the impression that you were looking for people. You know, if you're going out of the way for this person and saying yes that we're hiring, and now she's saying this 2 weeks later, it's like you didn't hire other people, I don't think. Uh, and like if your answer, what changed, you know what I mean? And this is another Eevee right here. This is number 11, as we have 3 more Aqua Jets to get ourselves an egg. I don't know why I made it a rule for Aqua Jet, but it seems okay. Why not? I think we should have our own box where we get Eevees, I feel, um, if we're good at shiny hunt. I mean, I could get like 5 eggs all at once or something, but I don't want to go too overboard either. But yeah, no problem. Um, oh my gosh, another one. Hell yeah. I love it a lot. I got one more Aqua Jet, and it is egg time. This is double time. No. Okay, let's just Ice Fang it. I probably could just kill it with Ice Fang, but I figured the other one would be pretty cool. Wait, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me increase it. 11. With 11, good old freaking things going on. Hold on, let me get the YouTube chat going so I could see this properly. Alright. Let's go fly over back to the egg place. As we fly on, Abraham, Strakia. Oh, that's how it works, huh? Okay, I think I need to get like a space for my egg though, so let's go do that. Let's go open it at box 4. Yeah, we'll move Typhlosion, I guess, for now. Why? Hold on, let's put Typhlosion here. Okay. Let's see if we get lucky. I swear on everything, if we get this lucky on getting a shiny first try, because I think it's like 1 out of 50, I'm pretty sure. Hi, I was waiting for you. We were looking after your Pokemon, and poof, a Pokemon egg. I have no idea on how I got there. Do you want to take it? Yeah, sure. So we'll do this. I don't know if I have a Pokemon that has Magma Armor. I mean, I could quickly check because I do have Mayhem. If I could find it. I thought I had a Numel. Did I not have a Numel? Because he might have Magma Armor. Yeah, no, what the fuck? Where the hell's Mayhem? What? I thought I had it. Or am I blind? Oh no, it's right here, yeah. Do I have Magma Armor? I got Simple, bruh. No way. What about you? Do you have... I don't think you have Magma Armor. I have Blaze. I don't think that's the ability. What about you? Flame Body. I think that also counts. So we could move... Oh shit. We can move that with Gorochu. Hold on. Just to make... What did I just do? He just disappeared. Oh my gosh, that spooked the hell out of me. I thought I deleted Gorochu. That I would have been so devastated. I'd have been like, no, Gorochu, please. Okay, let's get it to box 4. Alright, we got Flame Body now, and that might make it a bit quicker. And maybe every time it hatches, we'll go. But after an Eevee, though. That's gonna be the new rule. A rule that I just made up. Yes. This Vegas City thing's gonna drive me insane because the city's so gigantic that I need to remember to navigate it properly, as I did the first time. I got spooked a little bit. Okay, let's go Raher. Back to this grass. Alright. But what else about it though? Oh, I didn't even fucking heal my Pokemon, bruh. Ah, shit. That's the first thing I should have done. Alright, let's go back. I probably should just fly, to be honest with you. But it's okay. I don't know if this is technically faster. It probably wasted 2 seconds or something, but that's okay. What was I gonna say though? I'm trying to remember if there's anything pertaining to that interaction. But yeah, like the scheduled interview never happened. She just said that she'll call me back one of these days. And I don't know, like the whole thing felt so disorganized because it's like, okay, well, you'll call me back later, and then you just said that to have an interview, and then you said 2 weeks ago that you're hiring, and now you're saying that that you're not hiring, but you're planning to let people go, and like, why would you say that within earshot of like your other person that's under your employment? I don't know, like it doesn't really add up to me, and I'm all like, man, if I do get this job, if she's gonna be this organized, that's not a good sign. You know what I mean? Like, I think it matters pretty. It's a pretty big factor that would ultimately sabotage me if I do end up working there. I don't know. If I get the job, I get the job. But like I asked her for an estimated day, and she couldn't answer that question. And I'm all like, well, I'm not gonna just. I don't want to just sit and wait. So I feel like I'm back to square one, where I got no choice but to continue looking for other jobs. And down the street, there's a construction site that are making like two other workplaces that I've been trying to apply to. One of them I did apply for. The other one, for some reason, isn't open, and it feels like the construction workers just stopped. Like they're no longer even fixing the fucking place. And I'm all like, what's keeping them? Like what's preventing them from having that workplace open? And I check almost every day to see if the applications are available, and they never are. And I pass by that place every now and then. Oh, and to clarify, I never mentioned this, but like the car currently, well, like I said, the other car that had the three flat tires is towed, so I don't have that one anymore. But the other car that's had broken brakes, right now has like a broken transmission, and a transmission costs either between, it's just hundreds of dollars, I know that much. But I keep hearing different results where somebody says 150, other people are saying 500, other people are saying 600. I don't know. It's costly either way, and it's money I don't have. But the transmission's busted, and I can't drive on the freeway, and I have to keep it driving on the streets. And there was few instances where I did drive on the freeway because we had no choice but to, and I like purposely drive on the slow lane. And for those few occasions, I could already tell from the get-go that this car is not in good shape, like at all. Like the light starts blinking and all that shit. And every now and then the car would pull a little bit, like it would have trouble changing from like gear one to gear two or whatever the hell that, I don't know, or gear two to gear three. I'm not sure which one it is, but it would pull a little bit, and the car would stutter. And yeah, I mean, it's been told it was the transmission. From my understanding, that's what it is. But yeah, but luckily for my family, okay, this is our 12th Eevee, by the way, that their job isn't too far for where we live, so that's good. So we could just drive within the streets, and hopefully there's no more car issues. But you know that's a bit too good to be true, because for the whole year to this day I still have car problems, and I hate that. Okay, let's see, that's 12. Let's see, got that. I think I might be like a whole 40 seconds behind. I just saw the screen and in my Vegas city. Alright. At least afterwards, like, I went to a Dutch Bros because it was like right next door to one. And I'd never been to a Dutch Bros drive-through. And I'm not, like, I don't know. I always get the same drink in Starbucks, so I don't know what else to get. So, because like on the app, you could get like a free drink as a welcome thing. So I did that, and I don't. They have two different drive-through openings, and I went to one of them, and on this one path that I went through, it didn't have an intercom, so it was just like a road, and I passed by it and get to the window, and I'm like, why isn't, what's the purpose of this path? It just feels like they just go through it, and like, I don't know, it's just like such an awkward interaction. But luckily it's because I had the app open, I was just gonna get a free drink anyway, because I saw two different signs on the other path. So it begs the question on why there's a path with no intercom, like at all. But you know, luckily I have that. So for future reference, I'm just gonna avoid that other path because it's like right next to each other. So I don't really get it. And for the Starbucks drink that I always get is like a vanilla frappuccino, or maybe it's called an Americano. I don't really call it. I always get the same thing though, vanilla frappuccino, and like I don't know. I felt dumb like when I was at the window because I'm all like, oh well, what do I do with the app thing? Like, how do I claim it? It's like, I mean, just say what you want to order and this and that, and then I'm like, oh okay, what you have. Which is such a stupid question for any coffee place because they got at least 199 different flavors of coffee. For me to say what you have is such this the stupidest thing I could do to ask a person. You know what I mean? Uh, because like if I was working at that coffee place, I'd be looking at this person like if they were stupid too. It's like, what the fuck you mean what we have? What do you mean what we have? Huh? So yeah, I kind of don't blame them for looking at me stupid if that's the case. Um, but yeah, that's for the most part. So yeah, I just pretty much asked for the same thing. I'm like, well, I don't go here much, but like for the other place, like I always get a vanilla frappuccino. Do you guys have that? And like, oh, you want a vanilla shake? Okay. And yeah, so right now, right next to me, I got basically a vanilla frappuccino, which does taste exactly the same. So I guess they do have it. It's a coffee flavor. Wow. Which I'm not too surprised that, but yeah, I mean it's pretty good. And if you guys don't know, like I said, with the Dutch Bros app, it is free for you guys as a welcoming thing, and I guess you get points by getting it. This is not sponsored by Dutch Bros. But yeah, I mean that's for the most part. Let's see here. I think maybe within the egg hatch or whatever, I could retweet the other thing just in case. I don't know. Chancy. Alright, let's go run from this. See, what would be really crazy if we get ourselves like a shiny Chansey or a shiny Bremen. Because we only saw one Bremen in this whole grass for the entirety of the time. And I would like, you know, do this pretty much all day, but Eevee's only found in the daytime and evening time. Speaking of which, this is our 13th Eevee. And yeah, so okay, so what's the moves? Copycat, Swift, Bite, and I don't remember the last move. Baton Pass? Are those the moves? 13 though. Okay, I think I clicked on all that right. 13 EVs. Roselia. But yeah, I mean, as a reminder though, for those that may have just got here or about to see it or something like that, you could pick any of the QR codes if you want to pitch in anything to help me out. The goal is $1,000. I know that's too much to ask, but like any dollar of any kind would be very, very helpful for sure. But like $500 would help me at least get the editing software, you know, renewed for the subscription. Uh, and then for the other $500 is just basically the car repairs and stuff like that. You could go to the GoFundMe if you want to go through there. That's like the official fundraiser if you want to do that. Or if you want to do directly just me, it could be Zelle, Venmo, Cash App. And PayPal as well. Um, and there is Patreon as well, but I don't think I set that up as good as I did because I put like $1 for like the whole Donkey Kong Country series, which I haven't even completed. It's been a long time, but I do have to play Donkey Kong Country again eventually. It's just that not too many people go on the Patreon for that. And I do have plans to do more Patreon stuff. I want to do Pokemon Brown eventually. I won't be able to if the editing software isn't renewed. So that's kind of part of the reason I hadn't done it. And yeah, as well as Blue Rescue Team because I have to do commissions for the art to get those episodes up. Like I don't have to, but that's just kind of how I've been doing it. And I didn't think I was gonna be in this position where I don't have money to commission. And that's our second Bremen that we saw. Interesting. But yeah, that's for the most part. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so for the most part though, I'm kind of curious on what you guys would do in the future when it comes to all of this. Like, after the vintage retro hunting, shiny hunting stuff, like, what game would you guys want me to see if everything goes well? Like, what would be the reward? What would you want to see first? You want to see Yoshi's Story Nuzlocke? And in case you don't know what a Nuzlocke is, like I mean, I don't even know how you're here if you haven't seen like Xenoverse Nuzlocke, but basically a Nuzlocke in a normal Pokemon game sense, if you go to a new route, the first Pokemon you see, you have to catch and nickname the Pokemon. If they faint, they are considered dead, pretty much. So what it means for a Yoshi Story Nuzlocke, there's up to like 6 Yoshis, including the 2 unlockable Yoshis, so making it a total of 8. If one of those Yoshi just die pretty much out of the 24 levels, um, you know, you can no longer use them. I kind of want to make it a thing where you could at least use one White Shy Guy, and that's about it to revive. Because I think that just would be a neat thing, but that's absolutely it though. Just one White Shy Guy is the only clause that we could use, and see if I could do it. And I also want to make it a rule for the Yoshi Story Nuzlocke to attempt to get all melons, but at the same time, if like I don't know if you remember the melon stack stuff, but if for some reason I fail the melon stack, I could continue the level for those lost melons. Like if I mess up all 7 melons, then I have to replace it with 7 different fruit of whatever the lucky fruit is. I don't know if that makes sense, but I mean, unless you guys really, really want me to do all melons, but that's probably gonna for sure fulfill my demise. But that was my thought initially, is to be like, if I fail melon stacks or if I fail a different melon, is to complete it with at least the lucky fruit towards the end or whatever the hell it is. Hopefully that makes sense to you. But if you guys are adamant that it's like, no, SCARKNIGHT, you have to do all melons, then I will attempt it. It's just gonna be really difficult because like I'm for sure gonna have to reset multiple times just to get that to work. And there's some levels where it's really 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 tough. Where even 10 years ago or 11 years ago when I did the Let's Play, uh, that yeah, it took me hours to complete a certain level just playing it normally, you know. But yeah, it depends on you guys if you want to do that. Uh, it would be interesting. I only got 8 total lives. With green, red, dark blue, light blue, yellow, pink, white, and black Yoshi. Which I'm gonna press new game for the Yoshi story, might add. So I have to like unlock white and black Yoshi. And I'll try to do all the levels. So there's 24 whole levels, unless you want me to do practice mode too, I guess. It's up to you guys, I suppose. I guess I could do practice mode and then just explain the rules there once we like cross that bridge. This foo has imposter as well. He hurts me by looking like me, I guess. And yeah, that's the premise of Yoshi's story for that. And if you want to know the actual premise of Yoshi's story, if you never played the game or gave it a chance or something, basically, on Yoshi's Island a long time ago, around the Baby Mario days. Oh, look, another Eevee. Um, Baby Bowser, which is the actual Bowser that, like, eventually rules the kingdom and, fights against Mario. Back then, he stole the lucky fruit tree because he just wanted it. He wanted the tasty fruit or something. Level 30, trying to learn Nightshade. Get rid of Spite. I don't know if I have a way to evolve regular Gengar. I might, I think, but that's our 14th Eevee. Hell yeah. But yeah, Baby Bowser wanted to try the super happy tree because that's just what he wanted to do, and like it tastes good to him, but he claims that it's not good. But yeah, he stole it, and because he stole it, and because he has the help of Kamek, he turned the whole world into a storybook, which doesn't make total sense to me. Which is why it's called Yoshi's Story. And then the Yoshis try to follow the trail of fruit that Baby Bowser left because he's a baby and he doesn't cover his tracks. And when he picked up the super happy tree and flew off with it or whatever, a lot of the fruit fell down, but it regrows pretty quickly. So that's the Yoshi's only clue to getting to Bowser's castle is by following the fruit that's down below. So every level has like 30 fruit. You collect 30 fruit, or it's more than 30 fruit, but if you complete 30 fruit, then that's the end of the level. So I don't know. There's been times where you could beat the game in under 30 minutes if you just get any fruit that you just see. But the real challenge on Yoshi's Story, if you get all melons, that's the real challenge when you're doing that. So that's the interesting thing with that. I didn't even say that right. Um, but for the next chapter, because that's just one option, is the Yoshi Story Nuzlocke. The other option is Majora's Mask 3-day run, which has passed 10 years. That like at some point it did. Now the 3-day run, I kind of do it a bit differently because okay, there's a few different methods that you could do, and I should just say it outright that I had practiced the 3-day run before, but I never successfully did it. Um, Mostly because of there's this one section in the canyon that you have to go down in the well, and you have to get certain items for the Gibdos, and I never remember what's the items to give them. Um, and yeah, it's that's the one I'm worried about the most. But the biggest problem with the 3-day run normally, well, I should just say what the 3-day run is. Basically, you have to do all the four temples and beat Majora's Mask to beat the game in under 3 days. Because if you don't know how to play Majora's Mask, the whole game is centered around these 3 days that you have to do something to get closer to defeat the Majora's Mask to save Termina. And there's the Song of Time that resets time, so you start those 3 days over, and everything is the exact same. From everything has time precision to it, like oh, at 2 o'clock this person comes out and goes over here. At 6 o'clock this person comes out and does this thing. Time things pretty much. Like a certain person does this thing at a certain time, and there's certain elements of time within temples and areas that you know that you have to either go before or after the fact. There's just like a lot of things to do, and the game is pretty close to impossible to defeat in all those 3 days of just those four temples. But there is a possible way to do that, and it's really really freaking tough. Um, but yeah, what really makes it tough is because Epona, you have to get Epona within like the first day before like well, I mean, yeah, before the second day pretty much, because the first day at midnight is pretty much when you can no longer get Epona. If you don't make it there before midnight, you just lose, or maybe like at like 8 o'clock or something, because you have to talk to Milan or Romani or whatever the fuck her name is, and you have to assure her that you can help her out with the aliens, because these aliens be taking her fucking cows, and they try to kidnap Ramona. And if Ramona's kidnapped, then you can't get Epona, and that's why it makes the 3 day run so fucking difficult. But sometimes I can make it there, sometimes I can't. But regardless, what I'm worried about the most, besides Epona, because I am worried about that too, is the Gibdos in those wells, because you have to get the exact items, or else you have to do like this whole fucking ordeal to find them. As we get ourselves our 14th Eevee, is this 14? I don't know. Alright, well, let's do it anyway. I really hope Flame Body does work how I think it does. But let's go improve the counter over here. 15. Yeah. We got ourselves 15. Um, but yeah, how I do the 3 day run is basically because in the beginning of the game, you're turned into a Deku, pretty much, and you're realizing how Termina is as a Deku Scrub, and you're very limited to do certain things. And there's guards that are on every compass direction, north, south, east, and west, that are blocking the gates, that won't let you out because they assume that you're a kid, which is true, that you are a child, but they'll never let the Deku Scrub out. They'll let every other character out though, even Link, who is a child. But because he has a sword, the guard lets him go. For Goron, they'll let them go because he's an adult, along with Zora, like Darunia and Darmani and Micah. They'll always let them out because they're an adult or whatever. But for some reason, they won't let out the Deku Scrub. So that's the whole thing, that you have to do it within Termina, like the town and everything, within those first 3 days, so you could get the Ocarina, and then you could use the Song of Time to go back in time and get turned back into human, and then you could start the story normally after those first 3 days are up. Now, for the initial 3 day run, I kind of considered that like a day zero thing, where in preparation on day three, like I do all these things as a Deku Scrub, and while I have free time, gain as much rupees as I can or whatnot, and heart containers of whatever I could find within that town, within those 3 days. But the actual 3 day run that other people would do or can do is that even when they're a Deku Scrub, when they're not supposed to be leaving past the gate guards or whatever, that they glitch through anyway past the guard, and then they continue the story and glitch themselves to become human. But I don't do that. I mean, I can do that if you guys want me to. But I kind of do all the preparation stuff on the first 3 days as a Deku Scrub. Then I do the 3 day run after the fact. But it's technically 6 days at that point. So it really depends on what you guys feel with that. Because I could see the arguments like, well, that's not really 3 days if you're doing the, if you're doing 3 days to begin with. Like, those 3 days are up. But to me, it's just like a Nuzlocke. Like, your Nuzlocke doesn't begin unless you have Pokeballs. Then it's officialized, as we saw our third Bremen right there. Yeah, I mean, that's basically my argument. It's just like, yeah, the Nuzlocke doesn't begin till this or that, because it wouldn't be fair if your Nuzlocke starts before you even have Pokeballs. Even though throughout the history of me doing Nuzlocks, I didn't have the challenge yet. I didn't, get my Pokemon killed before my Nuzlocke challenge started anyway, but I think it's still an important Nuzlocke rule to have even still, because it isn't fair to, have your Pokemon killed off in the first battle before you even have Pokeballs. Like, that's not a Nuzlocke challenge at that point. Like you can't do your Nuzlocke if you don't have Pokeballs because you can't catch any more Pokemon to fulfill your challenge because you're not gonna just solo run. I don't know. So to me, the 3 day challenge would actually begin when you're human, pretty much, because I'm a Deku scrub, and like in order for me to do the actual 3 day run, or at least the other one, I would have to glitch the game. But for me, I rather just play it normally, be human, then do the actual challenge for the real 3 days that I have to do it on. Because regardless, with this 3 day run that I'm doing, I have to beat 4 temples within these 3 days, and I'm not doing that in the first 3 days. And the preparation at the end of the day doesn't really matter because I'm gonna be like a lot of the time collecting rupees just to get closer to, getting the heart container from the bank. That's really where all the time is going, pretty much. Everything else, I'm doing it as fast as I can, getting prepared to go to the clock tower. Hopefully, you guys know what I'm talking about, but that's the premise of Majora's Mask. Um, what else? I'm trying to think of every chapter that we could do within these streams. Marvel Snap, there's the Grand Arena, which if you never played Marvel Snap normally, it's like a game where you could get like 12 cards and all these cards have certain effects to them, just like Yu-Gi-Oh and all that stuff. But unlike Yu-Gi-Oh and all these other games, they use 50 cards, or between 20 and 50 cards. But like Marvel Snap has 12 cards, and the turns go up to like 4 turns or even 7 turns, just depending. But in a normal game, it's 6 turns. And with these cards, they got like certain energies that you could only play them based on their turns. Like in a normal gameplay, if the cost is 2 for 2 energies, because every turn you gain 1 more energy, you would normally play at turn 2. You could have the option to play that 2 cost card. If that makes sense. If it's turn 3, you could play 3 cost cards, or even a 2 cost card and a 1 cost card to put on the board. Hopefully that makes sense, but this fucker didn't let me go? There's no way you're faster than me, bro. What? Bro, let me go. What the fuck is your problem? Bruh. I probably shouldn't go to Starscream, but like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? That is so much. What the fuck is this Ditto's problem, dude? I'm gonna heal. I don't feel like going back. I need to get more Star Ciders, by the way, and Super Potions. We'll do 2 Star Ciders. We might have to go visit the good old stuff. That was the last Star Cider. Bruh. No way. Let's go Hyper Potion, I guess. Wasted a little bit, but it's okay. Alright, let's go continue onward. Hopefully we don't see another of those fucking violent dittos and shit. But there's an easier way to explain it. But like on the left side is the cost card, and yeah, like I said, every turn you gain 1 energy. So like at turn 6, you could either play turn 6 cost cards, or a 1 in 5, or a 2 in 4, whatever that you choose, 3 in 3. Um, and sometimes you don't have to fill out every single energy. You could play whatever you want. If you want to just play 1 card on turn 5, that's like a 2 cost, you can. But basically, you have to outnumber it because on the other side of the card is the power of it. But what makes the Marvel Snap cards interesting is that they have abilities, because they have on reveal. So when the card turns over, their effect is played. There's ongoing, which means throughout the game, this ability would happen. There's abilities that would just say whatever it is on the card, whether it's revealed or not. That it's just going to be throughout the entirety of the whole matchup. There's activate, where you could just like, whatever the ability says, to use that activate ability on the turn in the exact time you're using it, because you could play certain cards or at any point and then activate it, or even activate before you play the other card, before you click end turn on the game. I feel like explaining all of this is a lot harder to visualize compared to, you know, me actually showing you in Marvel Snap. But I mean, I hope you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. There's also end of turn, which means quite literally at the end of the turn, then the ability would play. And I think there's end of game, but there's all different types of cards, archetypes too. Like, there's cards that are meant to destroy other cards on field. There's other cards that are meant to discard other cards within your hand. Uh, there's cards that move around and benefit from them and get stronger. There's all types of different cards, but it makes it pretty cool. Now, what Grand Arena is, what I was considering streaming very soon if we unlock that, is that Grand Arena basically is a champion that is displayed. And because this season currently, well, the season's going to change in like next Tuesday or some shit, but the current season is Fantastic Four, because the Fantastic Four movie just got like released like last month. That Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Human Torch, The Thing, Herbie, Doctor Doom, Mole Man, Mole, I always call him that, and Carnage are the champions pretty much. Carnage has nothing to do with the Fantastic Four, I don't think, but he's there. I haven't watched the movie, might I add, but you know, those are the champions that was chosen for Marvel Snap. And what that basically means is that they got like a spell skill card to use, which is another thing that they could use. Skill cards are different than characters within the game. That these are just alternative abilities that you could play, and then they disappear from the field. But all these champions are pretty much the leaders of these pre-built decks that they have. And in these games, you get one extra energy to start with throughout the game. And I don't know, all these pre-built decks are pretty good, to be honest. Because Mr. Fantastic has an overwhelming ongoing deck, which means like as soon as you play it throughout the game, it's gonna have these abilities unless it's turned off. And the reason I call it overwhelming ongoing is because some of Mr. Fantastic cards could go to a broken level where it gets overpowered. Invisible Woman has like a negative deck, and not like Mr. Negative, but like in a hazmat sort of way, where the opponent gets minus points on their power. And that's kind of the trick with Invisible Woman, because she reveals all her cards late. So the idea is to get, um, these cards hidden and then reveal to, take away all these attack points from your opponent and then outliving them. And it's actually very effective, and I'm very surprised on Invisible Woman's structure deck. Um, the Human Torch is like a power boosting deck, so like a lot of the time all these other cards kind of boost each other when you play them. They might, the next card you play does an extra boost or something like that. um, or like etc etc when it comes to that. Human Torch himself, raises his own attack a bit higher and such. uh, and oh shit, I almost started attacking Ladian. And when his area is full, he doubles his power, and his spell card makes it so like you take the attack of Human Torch and then you give it to the next top card that's coming out the following turn, and he gets all that power from it. Which I see a lot of people misplay Human Torch, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I feel like I play out of every game I've seen, I feel like I play Human Torch the best. But just keep in mind, I don't like get out of my way to look at content creators that play Human Torch. But this is just through my experience going against other people that played Human Torch. So I don't know. But I don't see people play how I play Human Torch. Because he could be very, very strong. Because the ideal is to fill up the area at turn 4 for Human Torch, which could be problematic because, when you do that, um, they could counterplan and just try to outmatch you in that area. But the idea is because his thing is end of turn, then double his power if the area is filled up. Then turn 5, you play the Flame On card, which, like I said, gets transfers the power of Human Torch over to somebody else. Is that our 4th Bremen? Um, but yeah, and then turn 6, you play that card that's coming out next. And the reason you do that, you don't want to do that turn 5, filling up the area, then play Flame On, because Human Torch end of turn effect hasn't happened yet, because it's only at the end of turn. Flame On isn't an end of turn thing. It's the moment it turns around, it's on reveal, it's fired. You know, that's when it uses it, and it's only got to get the current power of Human Torch before it even doubles its attack. So that's kind of the idea of why it did it. And I hate the fact that I explained it better than the actual video I recorded the other day. But yeah, that's basically the premise of it. Now the thing, his whole no way, I got a shiny Jigglypuff. Holy shit. Oh crap. Hold up. Hold up. I need a I need a I need to do this right quick. Hold up. Let me quote tweet this. I found a shiny Jigglypuff right now. Come through. Jiggly, come through. Come through. Hashtag shiny. Oops, I put shint. Hashtag shiny hunting. Hashtag Xenoverse. Heck yeah! We got ourselves a shiny Jigglypuff. Let's give it some time. Also, I need to reduce it a little bit more. Holy shit! Oh, I don't want to hurt it. Oh man, let me take a sip of this Dutch Bros right quick. Oh man, I don't know what to call this thing. If I do end up calling it. I only got one Premier Ball, bruh. Cosmic Ball? Another Cosmic Ball? Or Cupid Ball? Please don't break out. Or Turbo Ball, because it's fast as fuck, dude. Cosmic Ball. Let's do it. Please stay caught. Come on, please stay caught. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! I got it! Ah, that's the second shiny caught within a ball. And yeah, that's... I mean, I got an Iggly buff and a Jigglypuff right now. I don't think I evolved it to Wigglytuff yet. I think I do have a Moonstone too. Sound Fairy type, 1'4", 12.1 pounds. It captivates foes with its huge round eyes, then lulls them to sleep by singing a soothing melody. I wanted to name something pertain to her eyes. You know what I mean? Like Emerald Eye, Jade maybe. Cute Charm. Contact with the Pokemon may cause infatuation. Special attack is down, special defense is up. Which I think that's fine. because it is mostly physical. Body Slam, Mimic, Gyro Ball, Hyper Voice, Careful Nature, Fending Route 10, level 36, and likes to run. Alright. Alright, let me look for a nickname for you. Alright. Let's see. I might call it Emerald Eye, I'm not sure. Or unless I call it Iris. But Iris, isn't that like a purple? Hold on, Iris color. Iris is a purple, bruh. But it makes sense because of the eyes and everything. What if I put... I'm trying to think. Emerald Iris? Is that a thing? I feel like it's a bit much. Okay. What are jewel eye things? I didn't put that right. Oh, it's a trademark name, what the fuck? Sapphire blue, emerald green, ruby red, amethyst. Oh man. No, I meant to put like... Hold on. Well, we'll get a good name. Hold on. Jewel Eye. No, not that, bro. I'll find something. I was thinking to myself, okay, let me maybe, because I feel like that's like a movie thing. If I put Emerald Eye, Emerald Eye. A dark tropical cocktail bar inspired by the Caribbean circa 1955. Okay. Emerald Eye location for a game. I'll just call it that. Emerald Eye. Emerald Eye. Oh. Emerald Eye. Ta-da! She's here! It's beautiful. I've forgotten what I was doing or talking. Okay, I was talking about the thing. So the thing, pretty much, his is also like an overwhelming over 10 deck, pretty much. His whole deck is structured to get any cards that are over 10, over 10 power, that is, and just overwhelming your opponent with them. So I'll just call it over 10, pretty much. Over 10, overwhelming. And a lot of cards like Surtur, Scar kind of, you know, benefits from having cards that are over 10. Because, like, you know, for Surtur, every card that is over 10, it would gain its own power. And for Scar, any cards that are over 10, you could play more and more of them. Or not more and more of them, but it makes it cheaper for your, like, Scar to be played sooner, pretty much. And that's always beneficial. And there's other cards that increases both these things, along with that I thought that I'm surprised that they didn't put it in the deck initially, which is like, you know, Thunderbolt Ross, for example, because he creates other new cards that has 10 or more power. And I think that's a very fitting card for him, and I think it's pretty clever that they gave him that type of idea for this name. Or the ability, rather, because, you know, creating 10 plus cards or 10 power cards for this deck will only help Surtur more and stuff like that. And of course, there's other cards that are over 10 that like helps out the thing and stuff, but that's kind of the idea, just overwhelming your opponent with just pure power. But yeah, there's like Crossbones and like, there's uh, Cool Obsidian. The thing himself could be over 10 pretty easily. Um, and yeah, that's for the most part. I mean, he's not at like 10 power yet, but yeah. And surprisingly, with the other options for cards that you could use on the thing, he works well with the High Evolutionary deck. Which, if you don't know what that is, basically, if you've seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3, the villain of that movie is the High Evolutionary, which is in real, well, not in real life, but in the comic books, basically he develops creatures to make them better and trying to create a perfect being. I'm not really sure what's the correlation with the characters he is aligned with when it comes to the Marvel Snap series because I haven't seen those comic books for shit or know nothing of his history. But it's like Misty Knight, Shocker, the Wasp, the Thing, Abomination, Hulk, Cyclops. I might have said Shocker already, but all these cards, for some reason, has an added effect to them, where they're different than their previous counterparts. That there are, for some reason, better than the original. Um, so I don't know. For some reason, it synergizes well with them because there's other cards that benefit based on their energy and stuff. And I wanted to put Red Hulk as well, but I don't have that much space for it. There might be a few high evolutionary cards that I didn't name though. But yeah, that is for the most part. Um, but yeah, that's the Things deck. I think it's one of the more effective decks for sure. Herbie is an interesting deck setup because he is like he has like a one base cost power cards, I guess, like one cost powers. I keep saying that. One energy cards basically. And what he does with those, he gains them like super strong and just does that and supports them uh, very much. But for Herbie himself, he's an interesting card because every turn he has like a different activate ability that he could use. But the one I like to use on him is doubling his power. And his skill card basically makes it so, and it's so weird to look at regular Jigglypuff. But his skill card makes it so you use all his activated abilities that are throughout the turns that he could get randomly to use them all up at the same time. And depending on what area you pick, he could, because one of his abilities is spawn a rock and give it 4 power, that he could do that on the place that you set that skill card in. So, yeah. And it also doubles Herbie's attack. And you could do that while also doubling your own attack, even if you didn't activate that ability yet. So it really makes Herbie very, very strong because he could go up to like 17 power or even more depending if you could reveal it more than once. But yeah, it's very, very good for sure. But for all the other one cost cards, they get really, really strong from all of this. Um, and just capitalizing in all this power for sure. Because, it's it synergizes with Kazar and or Kazar I should say and Blue Marvel and like there's multiple other rocks that you could use with them and I don't know, it's just really really crazy. But yeah, that's basically the idea with that whole deck and everything. We got Nose Pass here. Well, luckily with this whole thing, we managed to get ourselves a shiny Jigglypuff, what we could use for the thumbnail. Speaking of Jigglypuff, we could use shiny Jigglypuff for the thumbnail on day 2, which is pretty excellent. I can't wait for that. But yeah, we could do all that. All right, let's see here though. What's something else though? That's pretty much the premise of the Herbie deck. The next deck is pretty much Doctor Doom, which is Doom Supreme is what his deck name is pretty much. And what he does is he is basically the 6 cost king, which means like 6 cost cards are pretty much the strongest cards in the game, or anything further than that. Uh, because usually you keep them at the last turn and then you play them and they do like, whatever effect they have. But there's a lot of great 6 cost cards, but he prioritizes those. He makes it so you could use those 6 cost cards more, because that's one of his skill cards. You could you know, turn your 6 cost cards and turn them into 3 cost cards for one turn. So you could play potentially one on turn 3 or turn 2 or whatever, because it's Grand Arena and they give you extra energy. Or you could say you could use that on turn 5. So turn 6, you could use 2 6 cost cards because it'd be 3/3. And there's other options too, because there's Wave that you could make it to, use another 6 cost cards because it reduces the count to 3 as well, or whatever the hell it is. There's a lot. There's a lot of potential there. And along with Doctor Doom, there's Doom 2099, which works hand in hand with Doctor Doom, because with 2099, if you play one card after that, or even, well, when you play 2099 by itself, his effect launches where he could get another Doom bot out. But every turn after that, once you play one card, he gets an extra Doom bot and increases all the other Doom bots' power along with Doctor Doom, because what Doctor Doom does, he does a spread by having other Doom bots with 5 power go to all the other areas. And Doom 2099 along with Doctor Doom, they like Doom 2099 will like get them stronger as well, which makes it very devastating. And I really like it too. It's just like the one of the flaws is that like 2099, like you don't choose where it goes, it just kind of just goes and it makes it there. But yeah, that's for the most part how you play Doctor Doom and stuff. Now, Mole Man Mole is like what I like to call him because Mr. Talent calls him that, or Nips. That's his other username. Um, he for Mole Man, uh, it's kind of similar to the controlled RNG that I did in one of the Marvel Snap videos, because I used an Agent of Shield deck, uh, Agents of Shield, I should say, and basically they recruit cards and they get them, and you could just choose which one you want to use and then go ahead. But Mole Man, I feel like, is a weaker version of that, because I feel like Agents of Shield is much more effective than what Mole Man has to offer, because Mole Man is not really controlled RNG. He creates specific cards. Like a lot of his deck creates specific cards. Like similar how the Hood makes the Demon. Similar how Debris creates rocks within the field. Similar how Doctor Doom creates Doombots. These other cards creates other cards within your hand. So Mole Man, for example, he'll sacrifice one card and then turn them into rocks. So you could for sure know that you made rocks. Unlike, Nick Fury or Agent Coulson, where you don't know where you're gonna get. It's a random card. You just know what costs are gonna be. It's much different than the normal. It's been a while since we saw an Eevee, by the way, unless I just missed them. But that's basically Mole Man's powers, is creation. So like, there's other cards that will gain its power and everything. Like Victoria Hand is very helpful in his deck and everything. That that's basically the whole idea. And his ability, basically, whatever cards are created within your hand will get a power boost. This is probably the weaker deck out of the whole thing, but like it's not too bad. It's just like, again, Agents of Shield is just so much better, and that's basically all the alternative card choices I have for it. Is the Agents of Shield pretty much. But yeah, that's for the most part. And the last deck, of course, is Carnage. Is pretty straightforward because I mentioned about destroy cards, and that's basically what it is. It's pretty straightforward. You destroy your other cards to gain some benefits from it, and like whether it's getting stronger, making a spread, and this is our fifth Bremen. There's like all types of stuff what you could do with the destroy deck, pretty much. But yeah, that's for the most part. And yeah, that's basically all the cards. I'm debating whether I should do it or not because I don't know if I'm gonna have time to record the rest of the episodes. It just depends. There is like a couple days left until it completely closes out. But yeah, depending, I don't know. Or we could just do a whole stream of just playing Marvel Snap because again, it depends on the day and such. Um, what you call it though? Besides Marvel Snap, there is TCG Pocket. If you want to know what that game is, there's 20 cards. Oh, there's another Eevee. It's about friggin' time, Eevee, dude. Like, why you take so long or do that? I was thinking I'm out here by myself and shit, which isn't true because all these hysterics and nose passes been out here. About freaking time, dude. Alright, let me raise the counter. That was our 16th Eevee. Unless I missed it. I don't really know. I could be. But yeah, TCG Pocket. I may play that game. Because there's a way to get it on my PC. I'm not gonna like go into, you know, showing you how to in case you guys wanted to know about that. um, if you want to find out, you guys have to look it up on your own. But for TCG Pocket, you got 20 cards, and you get to use energies on your cards just depending of how much you have. You could get a total of 3 typings within the deck, which is not the recommended, but it's technically 4 because colorless counts but not counts because like you don't really, I don't know, you could use any type for colorless, because it's like normal type Pokemon or whatever, uh, or per flying type per se. But yeah, technically 4, but up to 3 typings pretty much. The recommend is either 2 or 1. And of course, with all these Pokemon, they have like, these attacks that you're required to put certain energies on. And sometimes they may have abilities, and you have to get like 3 points and beat your opponent. And just like right now, there's an attack Pokemon, and then there's like bench Pokemon on the back, but you could only get up to like 3. And I wouldn't mind showing it. I mean, I've been debating whether to show videos on that, but there's only so much I could do. But I don't know. There's like a metric shit ton of like cards that I got. I get more excited more so on the cards I get rather than the battles I do. Like I have fun with battles, but like I don't know. It's for me. I look forward to Marvel Snap battles more than I do TCG Pocket, but it is like a close second. So don't get me wrong. But it would be interesting. Like I'm on Great Ball too. I'm not like really going out there trying to be Master Ball rank. But yeah. I mean, I mentioned before that I watch Mega Mogwai a lot, so like, he's the one that really pushed me to make ideas for Marvel Snap. And I feel like if I do that to TCG Pocket as well, I'm basically copying him, and I don't like that. Because I use a deck from TCG Pocket that he used, and that's my main deck now, because he uses Wheezing Alakazam, and I thought that was a really good idea, so I used it. But that's like one of the videos that I saw out of like all the TCG Pocket ones, and I know if I watch more of them that I'm gonna adopt another one and go like, oh, I want to use this one because it's actually very good and he used it or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, because Marvel Snap, like I can make different ideas for that, and I got my own formula of how I do those videos, and even though they're very very lengthy, but For TCG Pocket, I have like no earthly idea how I'm gonna do that if I were to do it. Unless I do a different approach, because I have been considering doing a different way, because there's like random cards that I wanted to do, and then I did that recently, and I realized how much like how convoluted it really is. So I wasn't sure if that was for the best. You know what I mean? But yeah. Okay, let's try to keep getting more EVs though. But we can do TCG pockets. I don't mind doing battles or like I mean I like the solo events. Those would be pretty cool to cover and do like basic decks of those and maybe choose better cards than what the decks are offering. But we got ourselves like our 17th Eevee, I think. 17? Copycat? You really are a copycat. You really are a copycat, huh? Man, I'm surprised the egg hadn't hatched though. 17 Eevee though. Alright. Hysteric yet again. Bruh. Sorry, I was drinking the Dutch Bros. Hashtag not sponsored. Um, what other games I could play? Um, I was considering a little bit doing the Green Demon Challenge again. That shit's hard, dude. But I hadn't touched that game in like 4 months. And I feel like I really should soon. I think I'm gonna have to. If things don't work out and I end up having a channel hiatus again, I might have to do that in the background and just record till I get successful with it. Like while I'm away and not doing shit. I'll be doing Green Demon videos and record it till I win. Because I hadn't even practiced. I told myself I was going to practice and I still hadn't. Um, for those that don't know about Mario 64 Green Demon Challenge, though, basically the Green Demon Challenges, and I like how I'm like just taking turns explaining every game that I've ever done. But you know, just for people just to be like, "Oh, I like that idea, do that" or whatever. You know, I'm just doing it for people that don't know. But the Green Demon Challenge is basically a challenge within Mario 64 that two Japanese men made that you know, there's certain places where you can activate a green demon when you jump off a tree or a pole or whatever the heck it is, and this green demon or this one-up mushroom basically follows you around. But there's other places that you could also find one-ups just either sitting there or just floating around. But it's the one that follows you specifically is what gave the two Japanese men this idea to run away from this green demon. And I find it interesting because, like, they're not the only ones that had that idea before, because somebody like Abdallah mentioned that he kind of did that too in the past, that he would go to like the castle grounds and like jump off the tree and then run away from the green demon and have his own self-implemented challenge. So I find that fascinating that he also had the same idea. And I kind of get what he's talking about because I sometimes have those self-implemented, you know, games, you know, within something else that I played before. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this. All right, I'm running away. Oh, it got me, or something like this. Definitely something a kid would do. Um, but basically, yeah, this one mushroom would follow you around, and what they made is a challenge. It's like, okay, collect the 8 red coins and then the star before the green demon gets you. If the green demon gets you, you are considered dead, pretty much. And that's what I did for Mario 64. Is that, and I kind of like how I made the template of the Green Demon Challenge within my videos because I actually make it seem like I'm dead because I go to Yoshi, which is above the castle and everything, and he gives me 100 lives, and then every time the one up gets me, I get counted down a little bit, and I really like that. I don't know where I came up with that idea, but it felt like it was kind of on the spot, or maybe I don't remember when I came up with that idea, but I thought it was very clever. I will say I did adopt something from Game Grumps though, because when the Game Grumps did the Green Demon Challenge, I like that, when a mushroom actually got to them, it had the little fail thing on the screen. That part I did adopt, where like whenever the one up did get me, it would say fail. So that I will admit that I did adopt it from them when it comes to that. But the counting down lives thing is my idea. Um, and yeah, I don't know. I really like how it turns out, even though those videos are probably like the longest videos that I have, besides like certain death montages and some other exceptions, and like like Dead by Daylight and stuff like that. Speaking of which, Dead by Daylight, that's another game we could play. But just consideration for a Green Demon Challenge if you want me to do that to see if I could pull it through. Because I did mention back in April that I did wanted to avoid streaming Green Demon Challenge, and I only say that is because I don't want it too different than the other rest of the videos. But they're practically streams as well because like they're very long. Because there's a 2 hour Green Demon Challenge video out there with my name on it, so there's that. So yeah, that's what I have in store. But for the most part, around this time, if I see the support, then I'm not gonna say no to the Green Demon Challenge, and I'll make it work. I'll make it into a video eventually, like crossing our fingers to get that to work. But I think that would be pretty cool, to be honest. Um, Because imagine if I pull it through, because I'm actually very, very close. I gotten so much better in the past couple months, but it feels like a very long time since I practiced it, because I practiced it since like last year, and it was tough as fuck. As this is our 18th Eevee that we saw in the span of 2 hours. These Eevees are hard to find, damn it. And he's biting me. Don't you bite me, Eevee. I know your family. I know where they live, bruh. I know where they live, damn it. I know where they live. Sorry, I'm just clicking on the things. 18 EVs though. Uh, Fucking 482 more to go. Unless we find it sooner. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it just reduces the chances or if you find a retro Eevee regardless. I don't know. We'll make it work though. We'll make it work. I mean, it doesn't technically say on the thing. Hold on, I need to check back on the thing. Because I'm not sure if it didn't say on the Route 10 that there is retro Eevees out here. Because I don't know if for the other routes, if it also mentioned about a vintage Pokemon. That's a good question, actually. Shit. Hold on. Let me look into this. I'm multitasking at the moment. Alright, let's see here. So, Nosepass, Hysteric, Jigglypuff, Lady, and Roselia, Ditto, Halucha, Eevee, Coin, Bremen, Chansey, Kricketune, Swalloon, Pyroar, and the Xenoversal Pokemon. Weasel, Barrow, Floatzel in the ocean, or the water rather. Fishing, Magikarp, Kadoon. I think this is Goodrod, Magikarp, Kadoon. Gyarados, Hunchin, and Dragonair, level 42. 1%. Holy fuck. Let's see. Zone 2? Nosepass, Hysteric, Jigglypuff, Lady, and Roselia, Ditto, Halucha, Eevee, Coin, Chansey, Bremen, Drummer, Kricketune, Swalloon, and Pyroar. I don't know what Zone 2 is. I noticed that like these routes have more than one zone and stuff, and I remember playing Pokemon Xenoverse very early on, thinking that it was What was I gonna say? I was thinking to myself like, oh, I could use a token for a different zone, and I have done that. And realizing that all the other routes basically has zones themselves kind of makes me feel stupid in a way. Let's see, Magikarp Kadoon, Magikarp Kadoon, Gyarados, Hanchan, Dragonair for Super Rod. And that's pretty much it. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't say anything about other Retromons, but this page isn't even like all that accurate, to be honest with you, because like it said 36 and 37 for Eevee, and we see that that's not true because it was level 38, which is no big deal, but it's like the page ain't that reliable. If it made that tiny mistake, maybe this person doesn't work for, you know, Xenoverse, or like, you know, was in charge of doing the guide. I'm not sure. I think what I could do is if I check the other route, because I know there's certain routes you could just find vintage Pokemon, but I think it with all these clues, it does imply that um, that like after 500, that then a vintage mon will be available. Hold on. It doesn't let me go to the next route like Bulbapedia. Oh, actually it does. Okay, let's go to Dorado Village on the page. And then Route 9. I just want to see the Pokemon for Route 9 just in case it may show a vintage mon. For Route 9, there's Sandile, which I remember messing up that encounter, which sucks because I love Sandile so much. Pepequeño, there's Gloom, Litleo, Krokorok, Floatzel, Kakuna, Coin, and Beedrill. And the fishing for an old rod is Magikarp. With the good rod is Carvanon Magikarp, which makes sense because Piranha's in the jungle. I don't know, that makes sense to me. In the Amazon, Gyarados and Sharpedo with Super Rod. And that's all the information it gives me. So I imagine that that is pretty much the case. Yeah, that's pretty much the case, bruh. Unbelievable. Unless I replace this thumbnail with the Jigglypuff. Should I? I could do that. For like day 1 and all that, you know? I don't know if I could do that after the fact. That'd be pretty cool. And then save the shiny Eevee for day 2, potentially. When the hell is this egg gonna hatch, bruh? Is it close? Is Flame Body even working, my dude? Sounds can be heard coming from inside. It will hatch soon. It better, bro. What the fuck? I've been out here all day. Only one egg. I don't know how many Eevees I could actually realistically get, but we'll see. Another Jigglypuff. I don't know how many hours I was gonna shoot for. I thought I was gonna get here on time at 12 o'clock, believe it or not. But after the whole workplace thing, I got home at 12 o'clock, and then I'm all like, well, I need to eat before I stream because, you know, I didn't want to eat while I'm streaming and like, you know, you guys hear ASMR as we're hatching the egg. All right. Is it going to be shiny? Any bets? Okay, well, you would have lost the bet. All right. I'll type this in Spanish. Uno. All right. Well, after one Eevee, we'll go back to the PC then. Or actually, I don't know. Part of me wants to. Yeah, I'll just fly now. Fuck it. We'll fly now. I don't mind. It's gonna. I don't know if it'll reset or anything per se, but it's okay to take the time to do that. One of y'all keep me track of like how many Eevees because I'm definitely gonna lose count. Oh, look at Jigglypuff. Oh, look at the two shinies back to back. Oh, okay. Anyway, okay, let's put Eevee right here. Let's check out Uno, who we're not gonna use because it's an illegal mod. Run away. I mean, all of these are gonna be illegal. Good endurance. That's good. Attack is up. Special defense is down. All right. That's Uno at level Uno. Alright, let's go get ourselves the Pokey Egg. Did it really help? It felt like a good 20 minutes or something till it hatched. I might have to look that up. But we'll see. Also, I don't know why Vegas City has 2 fly points. But let's go back. Let's go back to the place. The more Eevees, the better. Just give me all of them. But yeah, that's my guess, is because it doesn't tell me Retromons, but I assume that all of these have potential. Oh, you know what? I could search up. I could search up String Forest. Oh, look at Eevee. Let's kill you. String. Oop, I put strawberry. What? I didn't mean to put strawberry. Sorry, I'm typing String Forest Pokemon Xenoverse. All right, let's put one more Aqua Jet. Level 37 Eevee. As we kill another one, let's gain the counter up. That's our 19th Eevee. Not bad, not bad. Sweet. Because the example showed that the String Forest has, you know, Retromons that was on screen. So if it doesn't show on this page that they're available, then we could safely assume that anything that has a vintage form would be within all the routes that, like, but it won't be displayed, but it would be after the 500 mark. I just don't know what's the percentage and likelihood of finding it after the fact. You know what I mean? That's my question. So there's Sawaddle, Beefle, Punchbug, Cottony, Ekans, Heracross, Oddish, Chikorita, which, oh look, another Eevee. Morlul, Gloom, Magikarp, Corphish, for that surfing, Magikarp with the old rod, Beauty Giddy, Corphish, and Magikarp with the good rod. Gyarados, Beauty Giddy, Crawdon, Corphish, Feebas for Super Rod. I didn't know you could get Feebas in the forest. That's pretty neat. Okay. That's 20 EVs. Only 480 to go. Sawaddle, Beefle, Punchbug, Connie, Oddish, Ekans, Heracross, Gachigachu, Chikorita, Morlul, Magikarp, Corphish, Magikarp with the old rod, Magikarp and Corphish with the good rod, Gyarados, Corphish, Crawdon, Feebas with the super rod, Beefle, Sawaddle, Punchbug, Ekans, Cottony, Gachigachu, Joltik X, Heracross, and Chikorita. Which I wish I could find Chikorita, but it's 1%. And it's showing me the Galvantula X. And this is around the time I remember being excited for it, and the rest are trainers. And I know for a fact that you can catch a retro Ekans because that's what Weedle show as an example of the one he caught. So there's a safe example. There's a safe assumption that, yeah, like once after the 500 Pokemon, then the vintage Pokemon would be unlocked to catch in that said route, or I guess just wherever that Pokemon is available. Because I remember killing a lot of Oddishes and stuff like that. If anybody knows the percentage after the fact of 500 to find a vintage Pokemon, then let me know. it's still more likely very rare to find. But yeah, I should probably look up the flame body one. Does flame body in Pokemon reduces the egg to hatch? Yes, having a Pokemon with flame body ability in your party does reduce the number of steps required to hatch eggs. Okay, well there's another Eevee, level 38. Two more Aqua Jets is more likely to live this one, or not. Okay. Level 31. Sweet. 21. Oh. That's pretty nice. Okay, nose pass. I have one more Aqua Jet. And after that, we're gonna heal and all that stuff. Route 9 Pokemon Xenoverse. I'm gonna get it back to that page. And it recorded all of what I said there. There's no other page for Route 9. Hold on, let me... Hold on, while I do that, let me run away from this. I was trying to delete what I put because it recorded. It's like, well, I'm wondering if I could come back to that or whatever on Google. Alright. I put the fucking wrong route on here. I said Route 9, huh? I meant Route 10. Route 10. Coin. So, it's a miracle that not only... I mean, I didn't think I was gonna find an unrelated shiny today, to be honest with you. Post game, Route 10. What? There's something in post game for Route 10 specifically. Spoilers. I mean, it didn't tell me what, but just the fact that there's anything in post game that I have to come back to this place. I'll keep that in mind if it's true. I don't want to click on it. Even though I'm practically easily spoiled to look into this. Let's see. Come on. Interesting. Bro, I don't even have a shiny charm, but from what I did research on, besides the 500 Pokemon to kill to get this, you would have to, whatchamacallit, it did say that the odds of finding a shiny vintage mon or even a regular vintage mon is harder than a shiny Pokemon. So that's interesting. Alright. I don't know how long this would take me either way though. That'd be interesting. And I don't think I battled any other Eevees as far as I'm aware, because if I did, it's at least one. So it would the counter would be one extra, but that's only if I did and I don't remember fighting against another Eevee throughout the games out of like the 46 parts that I did. We'll see. I do got TCG Pocket filled with another booster pack. I want to open it. I'll say out loud what I got. Like, I would switch screens, but I don't have TCG Pocket available for my PC yet. I was going to work on that in the future. Again, if you guys want me to play TCG Pocket, let me know in the future. If you want me to stream it, if you want to unlock that feature, go for it. I don't know what the hell to unlock. I think it's the Palkia deck I'm gonna open. As we get a Eevee, I think my volume's on my phone. Let me turn it down. One more Aqua Jet, then we go to the Pokemon Center. Critical hit. Level 48 for Wreckage. Let's put 22. Yeah, I'm liking it. Alright, open that. I might have to edit the stream a bit shorter by cutting those first two parts out. Alright, but I'm opening a Palkia pack. I'm just trying to see, like, you know, which packs look suspicious. This one looks suspicious. There are some people saying that the Palkia, or the Palkia. Wait, is that the only one? Just making sure. Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh, I forgot to go to the Pokemon Center, dude. What the fuck? Okay, let's go to the Pokemon Center then. But somebody mentioned that Pokemon truly isn't randomized when it comes to TCG Pocket. I don't know how true that is, to be honest with you. Uh, because like not everybody's game has similar packs, and like I don't know, but they're saying like for the 10 packs that comes out and swirls around, that all of them, like no matter what, you're gonna get the same cards throughout, regardless of what pack you pick. Again, I don't know how true that is because every game's a bit different. Um, but it's like, you know, if true, then it's like the illusion of choice. Let's see here. I do got something in this pack though. I got a Hippopotas, the little hippo guy. We got Gloom. We got a Voltorb. We got Cynthia. And we got a full art Glameow. Which is like, well, I don't know how I'm gonna show the picture, but it's the one where Glameow is looking at a mirror, and the place looks very fancy, like it looks rich, and there's a lot of Glameow pictures I noticed on the wall. What the fuck? So you could tell that a cat lady really loves this Glameow, or a guy, who knows? But I feel like these frames and pictures and all this stuff is like a woman's touch type of thing. Unless the guy's very flamboyant. I don't know, because there's some. Yeah, I don't know. That's a pretty good card though. I like that. I never had that full art Glameow. I've been seeing it around, but not lucky enough to receive it. And yeah, ever since the wish list thing, I've been very happy that some people did give me the cards that I needed. Because I try to be reasonable and I just try to. Oh, motherfucker. Fuck boy, dude. They be trying to kill my shit, dude. Bro, calm down. Fucking dickhole, bro. Hold on. I'm killing you, bro. Do that shit to me, dude. The fuck? Nah, I have to go heal now. Bro, some of these Dittos are fucking assholes. Man, that happens too in grinding. Like, some Pokemon thinks they're tough and shit. It's like, calm down, you're just a Caterpie. I'm beating my fucking Pikachu's ass that one day. And then there's weird ass Pidgeys that are red and rainbow and shit. It's like, bro, I don't understand it, dude. You just can't escape it either. It's like, how the fuck? Like, how the fuck? You know? Alright, let's do this again. It feels very different that I just go and heal after running out of Aqua Jets because I wanted to do a different thing. I don't know. I would have liked to be like, okay, now that I run out of Aqua Jets this time, let's do this, but it didn't work out that way. We could we could make something happen. I just don't know what. Um, we could. What could we do for every Aqua Jet run out? But I'm trying to think of some options. Well, I mean, I guess that pack thing was that for us. All right. You know, what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna retweet that. I'm gonna retweet my retweet. Right quick. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, I clicked on community. What the fuck? I'm gonna retweet the Jigglypuff, and then that's pretty much it. That's something to do, but I wanted to do something for you guys here. Hold on, let me just check the stream. Alright, there ain't shit here. Alright, no problem. No problem, no problem. What's another game we could do? There is Donor Rush. I mentioned, if for those that are keeping up with Pokemon Xenoverse or playing it with me and stuff like that, there is, or that doesn't know about Donor Rush. Basically, 2 episodes ago, at like episode 45, 46, it might have been 45, there was the Hero's Path, which is basically the adulthood initiation for Dorado Village people, that they try to, the kids that, or the teenagers that become a man and stuff, to, do this challenge. And what that challenge is going with the Donana solo and leaving all your Pokemon behind. This is like our 5th Bremen, by the way. And you can't use any items, but you can use the items that you find along the way. And there's easy mode and a hard mode. Easy mode lets you run from the Pokemon, like how I'm doing right now. And hard mode means that you have to fight every Pokemon that you come across of. And the thing is, Donana's is grass steel type. And, obviously it means he's 4 times weak to fire. So what that means is, basically, when he's weak to fire, it'd be problem to see like Pyro or like, a Scoville or some shit. And it's a cool little challenge thing. And like when you win it on easy mode, you get a regular Donanas, which I had a feeling you get something. But yeah, it's a regular Donanas that you like took with you or whatever the hell, because it's like level 50. It may have different moves. I wouldn't be surprised. But if you that's for easy mode. If you win hard mode though, you get a shiny Donanas. And I'm happy for it. I really like the shiny Donanas a lot. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. We haven't used it yet. Not only that, we haven't used Roserade X either. But yeah, it's like a Weedle idea, like the Beehive Studios idea. And they took that and they created a little mobile game named Donor Rush, which I don't know how big the game is. Like, I don't know how much time it takes to beat that said game. But if I'm able to get TCG Pocket, which is a mobile game, onto my PC, there's a chance I could get Donor Rush to my game on the PC. I didn't mean the game part, but that mobile game to my PC as well. And it'd be cool to play it sometime. That'd be really, really cool. Because if I manage to play Donor Rush and beat the game, that'd be very, very dope in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I'm not getting many concurrent viewers now, but that would be pretty dope to have display for sure. And yeah, I mean, I'm still not gonna give up either way, even if I get 0 concurrent viewers. I know that people do like looking back at the streams eventually when they have their free time. And for the most part, day 2 could have more potential than day 1, because my announcement trailer video didn't really even do well. So clearly there's a lot of people that are not even aware that I'm streaming right now, or thinking of streaming at all. And like I said, there's people busy on Mondays and Tuesdays and such like that. So yeah, I don't know. There's quite a bit. Alright, let's go continue onward though. Sorry, just drinking my Dutch Bros yet again. Vanilla Frappuccino. Bro, I feel like a fucking Valley Girl right now. And it's great. And it's great. I look like Chansey right now. That's that's what I look like. Nah. Eevee, finally! Ugh. Best case scenario, I find a shiny Eevee. That'd be amazing. Because I wanted another Eevee. Give me all the Eevees in the universe, bro. Right the fuck now. Right the fuck now, dude. 23! Hell yeah. Hopefully you guys don't see the mouse, but I probably should have took it away. Ditto. Hopefully all the QR codes work perfectly fine. I'm not gonna ask you guys to test it out because it almost feels like I'm trying to trick you, but I'm not. I'm not, I assure you. Um, that's something I wanted to talk about with QR codes because I was considering putting QR codes on my video thumbnails, but the problem is I would have to make like two different thumbnails in a way because I would have to make the video, render it, upload it, and then get the link because I can't do that beforehand and put the thumbnail up. And then after the video is uploaded, then make another thumbnail with the QR code on it. So then a person could just scan it and just watch the video. Because that feels like an extra step. Um, I don't know how much of a necessary step it actually is. I don't even know how many people actually scan the QR code. And to be honest with you, with the QR code as well, like if you're already on the because I know that you use your camera to use the QR code, but I never had the instance of like if you're already on your phone and you're on a web page and then the QR code pops up within your screen, how do you scan the QR code? Or do I just assume that the person's going to use a computer and then use his phone to QR code scan? Because I only QR code scan with my camera. Like, I never done it within my phone. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not sure. That feels like a very stupid question, but it's something I never tried before. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. But that always crossed my mind. Because, like, yeah, sure, if it's on my PC, the QR code, yeah, I'll get out my phone and scan it. But if it's on a web page within my phone, like how do I scan it from there? I don't know. But that's a consideration I had because I really like my Pokemon Xenoverse thumbnails a lot, and it did have the intent to for the feature to add a QR code on it, but I never pulled the trigger on it because, like I said, it's like an extra step that I'm not sure if I could do because sometimes these videos get uploaded and I not that I'm like trying to edit and rush it fast, but like when I'm uploading I definitely rush it a lot of the time because I'm like, okay, I really want it up tomorrow, let me upload it, okay, let me type all this description, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I don't got all this information ready, and then next thing you know I like schedule it for tomorrow and I'm like, oh fuck, I didn't finish the thumbnail. Like, I always take my time editing it, but like uploading it, I always rush it for some reason. As we get ourselves another Eevee here, let's go ahead. Bro, one of these days I'm a one-shot Aqua Jet. Let's go 24. I'm looking forward to it though. Alright. Jigglypuff. Alright, let's take a gander. I'm trying to think of other games I could potentially play. Because I pretty much named quite a bit of them. Oh, for Donor Rush, and I only saw a little bit of gameplay of it. And hopefully Weedle wouldn't get mad at me for using the Donut Rush video and making a trailer out of it. Because the only thing I put mainly was, Donana's, in the middle of the place, in the opacity within like the rainbow cube shit. But I used the song, and I know looking at the video how much it doesn't make any sense. It's like, save SCARKNIGHT, please. Donanas. And it seems rather random, and I have dogs begging the person to do this. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. It feels too much, but like it's rather urgent. But I mean, regardless, I hope he wouldn't mind me doing that. And I know how random it looks when it says Donanas in there, especially if the person that subscribed to my channel doesn't watch Xenoverse or hasn't kept up with Xenoverse. Like, he's gonna be like, what? Donanas? What? I don't know. There's a lot. I don't know. Maybe I just feel insecure about it. But we'll see. Let's see here. Let's get this going. Ooh, another Bremen. I feel like that's our 7th one. Or am I miscounting? This isn't all that bad, I think, though. Part of me wants to continue all the way to 6 o'clock, though. I don't know. I just have the feeling. Just a little bit. Ah, man. See, if I do get a shiny Eevee, like, because I really want to use Bandian. That's the thing. And just so you guys are aware, like, even if I get vintage Eevee, he doesn't evolve into Bandian. So just as a spoiler, like, he doesn't evolve to Drakeon either. But, I don't know. I'm surprised they haven't introduced an Eeveelution since Gen 6. Like, I don't count the Gigantamax Eevee. I just don't. Like, that's not an Eeveelution. That's just a giant Eevee. You know? Like, I'm not sure what to tell you guys. uh, but I'm very surprised. And like, you know that they considered so many typings already. Like, so many of the Pokemon had potential for other things. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but you know, in Space World, uh, Espeon was different and Umbreon was almost different. Uh, like Umbreon almost initially was a poison type because I mean it implied it in its Pokédex description that like its skin oozes poison and toxins and shit like that. And I mean if they had that in mind, it's all like okay, so this is what they wanted as a poison type is to have his skin secrete poison, and then they went against it and go like, well, actually we're making a new typing. It's this the dark type, and then like you know do a whole flip around. I mean I don't know. I think they could have made a better poison type because like if Umbreon, I mean we all love Umbreon and stuff, but I feel like if Umbreon was a poison type, it'd be so vastly different of how people would feel about it. Like so vastly different. And maybe the design would have changed. I really doubt it would have glowing rings. And maybe the shiny would have also looked different. Because it wouldn't make sense as we get our 25th Eevee that, you know, it wouldn't make sense that the Umbreon would have light blue rings if it's poison type. It's more likely to have green glowing rings or purple or magenta or something along those lines. If it does, or if they didn't change much to it, then, you know, so be it. But I don't know, that's just kind of my premise. As we killed another Eevee, so I need to raise the counter. Hold on. 25th Eevee! Only 475 to go. Should we just do 100 Eevees a day? I don't know. That'd be crazy. It depends how lucky we get, to be honest with you. Hysteric. That'd be too crazy. I don't think I can do 100 EVs per day. I need to look at how much time I spent from the beginning of the stream to the end, like in-game hours. Because I'm going to be chilling here for a while. Ladian. Um, whatchamacallit though? There's no pass. As for Leafeon and Glaceon, I'm pretty sure like the designs would have been slightly different of what they initially wanted. Because I know Leafeon, wasn't Leafeon also in Space World? It looked more rooted and stuff or something, or am I imagining things? Either that or that was like the pre-design before Ruby and Sapphire, I don't recall. Glaceon, I don't remember. But it's so surprising that like Sylveon was literally the last thing. Like I was convinced in the Sword and Shield days that they were gonna release like like Drakeon, a different Dragon Eevee. Like that's what everybody wants, or like a Ghost Eevee, like one of the two. Those are the most in demand Eevees that we have. Unless Pokemon are smart and they're gonna save that for last. But we still got other types, and it's been a whole 12 years, has it not? Since X and Y came out? Because Sylveon came out like 2013 and now it's 2025. I don't want to date it, but that's just crazy to me. It's all like, people love this thing, and Pokemon loves it too if they're doing Gigantamax Eevee and Let's Go Eevee and like, just so many things. All these Pokemon cards that they have for him. And not to have another evolution? And there's another Ditto about to end my life? Shit! I'm getting sick and tired of these fucking... these freaking Dittos, dude. Like every time with this shit. Alright, let's go to the Pokemon Center. Wait, how many moves do I got? I got 14. You know what? I'm gonna buy potions. Just for a little bit. I'm gonna be stubborn about it, and I'll make a thing for whatchamacallit. I'll make a thing for every time I run out of Aqua Jets. Let's go buy... I don't want to buy that many. Let's just buy 80. Like 80 super potions. Yeah, I'm just fine with that. That's fine. It's gonna be stupid. Like I know I could have just healed, but I guess I'm making it a thing. I need to buy more Star Ciders. 80 super potions would be enough though. Then one potion. There we go. That's as good as it's gonna get. Just please, no more Sharpedos. The problem is too, if I run into, let's say that like I find more Eevees and he bites me and I'm at half health, because that had happened already before. That then a Ditto will come out with Imposter, with turning into Sharpedo X that won't let go to my wreckage, and then attacks me. I'm pretty much screwed. Because that may happen. That may happen, and that would suck. Alright. Ladian. Alright. But yeah, don't rush. I think it's a very high likelihood I'm gonna play it one of these days. If I can't manage to get it on my PC, that's the trickier part. Because, like, I don't understand how I would record it otherwise. Because I tried to record off my phone Marvel Snap before. And my phone did not do well at all. Like, at all, at all. So I definitely wouldn't be able to record Donut Rush unless I look into like getting a capture device for just my phone too. Because if so, that'd be cool. Okay, let's increase the count. 26. It's a very slow and arduous journey that we're doing. But hopefully you're here with me. I don't know when the fuck or how the fuck. I might have to like, besides the tally mark, um, I need to keep it in my notes in my phone or something. Oh, another Eevee. Good, 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 good. Give me all the Eevees, bruh. All of them. I demand all of them. Damn it. All of them. Yes, all of them. There was like a... Well, I don't know if I want to talk about it, but for those that will rewatch the VOD, I guess this will be your reward because currently right now it's at like 0. I could check right now. Yeah, it's a 0. Uh, but like there was a game I had in mind that I would like to make, um, like as a fan made game. Because there's a lot of them that inspired me to do it. Like Prism and Xenoverse definitely inspired me. You know, Uranium, like a whole bunch of them. And I did have a really good idea for it, but I wouldn't know where to start, to be honest. Like, I really don't. And I know that, like, there's some PokeTubers that, like, also have, you know, good ideas for, like, their fan-made games. And the way they display them is that they, this fucker, dude. Please let me run. Thank you. The way they display them, they just, like, hire an artist to pretty much make, you know, art and commission them and like have all these sprites for these Pokemon and these characters, you know, these trainers and such. And there's always really neat ideas. Like I know Loxin and Noggin did it. I know that what's his face, Hoops and Hip Hop did it, and you know, et cetera, with all the other ones that did it. I don't know if I want that, and I don't know if I can do that anyway, even if I wanted to, because I have a hard time already to commission, you know, Blue Rescue Team art, and it's been a long time since I even did an episode of it. Because I would like to do 4 episodes, commission the artist, then do the stream, and then you know, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. But yeah, that's for the most part in my current situation. Because I would do that, and I know that there is like fans out there that would be willing to make a fan made game for Loxin and Noggin or for Hoops and Hip Hop. Like if they really like this idea, or like the Pokemon, or like if the Pokemon adds to, you know, their own game or something like that. Like I have a very good idea that I feel like would be a very successful game if I do it right. Because if I'm being honest about myself, like if I were to make the game, like there's something that's gotta not come out the way I envisioned it in my head. Like I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but like because for me, I like the 4th gen aesthetic a lot. Like Platinum is my favorite Pokemon game. Um, you know, the criticism with when it comes to like the slow movements of 4th gen, like obviously I'll make it a little faster or whatever, but I don't know. The aesthetic of 4th gen I really like a lot, and I imagine it like that, and I always kind of, I don't know. I keep imagining a lot of. I feel like I'm a simple person, and that's like my ninth Bremen, by the way, or 10th. I don't know. I'm a simple man that likes shiny things. I suppose like glowy things, and I imagine like this certain glowy object that's green in the water, that's in there. I don't know if I should spoil my own story, but I imagine my character that lives in a snowy village, and down below in the pond that he'll see like a green glowy thing. And I imagine that so well in my head that I know like me making the game wouldn't come out the way it wanted to. Like I don't know how to make this shit green and glowy and stuff like that and make it how exactly I envision it or whatever. But I don't know. And I I imagine all these other characters and the evil team and what they're trying to do. And like, I don't know. Usually, what a lot of people do with their stories or their storybooks or whatever, they think of their beginning and they think about their end and then fill out the middle and stuff like that. And I have all those categories. And there's a lot of ideas I could fill in within the within the blanks and everything, because I'm not too far into it, but I do have like a lot of overarching ideas when it comes to it, and I would like to do that one day before I get too old. um, but it would be cool. I think it really would be successful. I don't know. There's like a lot of ideas I have. It's just hard for me to put in fruition because I've just been suffering for a long time. But maybe I will someday. I just don't know if I could do like the commission art videos things, because I would do it unless I make a scrubbier, shittier version of it. Because like if I did drawings and try animated, but I don't know. There's so many videos ideas that I had that I'm all like I'm willing to do this thing, but I don't know. It's just it's always comes down that like I know in the execution something's not gonna come out the way I want it to. But I will do this Pokemon fan game one day. It's this 10th or 11th. I don't know. I lost count already. But yeah, maybe someday. We need to find this frickin' Eevee, dude. Come on. It's so surprising how much damage that Ditto does to my Sharpedo. Like the Maffin, like I know my defenses are tiny bit low, but holy crap. Yeah, I'm a little paranoid of it because I'm all like, that 12 HP is gonna get me killed. So I'm gonna just give it an Oranberry. Just the thought of that, I'm all like, man, maybe not, bro. Like, maybe not. I might as well give it another two. Just a tiny bit paranoid. Just a tiny bit. And every single time, bro, I just felt it. This is the Diddle that has Imposter. Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay. Alright, well, I'm running. Um, but yeah. Um, part of me really does want to talk about it. Worst case scenario, somebody tries to take my idea. That would suck balls. Cause I would say it on stream, but like, I don't know. But this is like our 27th Eevee, I think, something like that. 27. Yeah, that's 27. Okay, cool. Oh man. I mean, I could say part of my idea, I guess. Because if someone steals it, I might have to expose that man and then show this footage. You know what I mean? The idea is that the villain team is they're called Legend Slayers, and it's exactly what it sounds like. Every legend slash mythical Pokemon. For me, I consider legends and mythical one and the same thing. They're all legendary Pokemon to me. But all the legendary Pokemon, that's what the Legend Slayers are after. They're trying to kill off all the legends and mythical Pokemon. They target whoever the fuck. You can imagine whatever legendary, they're gonna gun it and they're gonna go for it. And their specialty is type advantage against those legendary Pokemon. So, whether it's and going against a Lugia or an Entei or a Cresselia, whatever it is, they're gonna gun for that Pokemon. And I imagine in the beginning of the game, within the cutscene, you see Legend Slayers. They're like in gray clothing, but with orange trim a little bit. Uh, that's kind of what I imagine. And they got a little bit of a beret hats, almost similar to Team Rocket, but not really, but a little bit more stylized. I guess they're basically fedoras, but closer to berets, I think. Somewhat. I don't know. We'll figure out the design later. But I imagine them in gray and orange. So they kind of look like soldiers in a way. Maybe with black gloves, maybe white, I don't know. Or maybe still with gray. But in the cutscene, they're going against 100% Zygarde, like, the Megatron motherfucker. And like I said, the legendary Slayers, they specialize in their, type advantage on these legendary Pokemon. So, in particular, they're like using Alola Ninetales to fight against this 100% Zygarde. And like, with the other Pokemon, but I just imagine Alola Ninetales for sure being there because Ice Fairy counters, you know, Dragon pretty much, Ground Dragon. And then they're fighting them, and then like the cutscene would wide away when they're like doing their final attack, similar to Nidorino and Gengar attacking each other. And then next thing you know, we cut to the player who lives in a snowy village. And then the snowy village, Route Ones, you'll find ice Pokemon and dragon types, like baby dragon types. Because I think that'd be pretty neat. Because we don't have that enough. We don't ever see ice Pokemon or dragon Pokemon till like the end of the game, unless we're talking about Dark Rising, that the starters are like dragon types or whatever. I haven't fully decided on the starter Pokemon that we will have because I do have ideas for starter Pokemon that I would want. Because I mentioned before in the past, like if I were to make Fakemon starters, the ones that I initially had in mind was like, a Fire Cat. And this was before Litten was even announced. This was years ago when I made these legendaries because I was like, we composed of a challenge with me and my family to make starter Pokemon. Um, our own idea, but it was like a little fire cub uh, that levels up into you ever see Lion King, like the cartoon one, and like you see Simba growing up, and then like he's walking across the log with Timon and Pumbaa, and then you see his evolution of him, growing up from a simple Simba to having a little tuft of hair into a full line with the mane. That's basically this fire cub. Because the second evolution he'll have like a little tuft of hair that looks like a fireball into like the last evolution, which is a straight up fire lion. And I mean an actual fire lion, none of this pyro shit where his hair is normal. I'm talking about this fire lion, his mane is fire. Like that. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I always wanted. Not no fire normal type with the skinny ass lion. This is what I always wanted. And keep in mind, this is before Litten and Pyroar. There was no fire lion Pokemon when I made this thing. For the water type, it's this water puppy that becomes like this water dog, and then he becomes a water wolf. Keep in mind the lion is just pure fire type, but the water wolf is water steel. With this puppy, he has like a little fishing lure on his tail. The second evolution, the water dog, has a harpoon, and the wolf has like an anchor in his tail. And that's kind of what I envisioned. And they're kind of bluish and dark gray in a way. And I think this is like a good mix up. And I mentioned this in the past when I was talking about the starters. I'm not sure which series, but um, I don't know. It just makes sense in my head, because it's a wolf. It howls to the moon. The moon has, you know, it's a big factor when it comes to the oceans because that's how the waves are formed and how low tide and high tide happens. Like the moon and the water kind of goes hand in hand. So I think the wolf makes perfect sense with this. Maybe not so much with the dog or like a puppy or something. because I imagine the puppy kind of like, you know, his tongue is a little bit drooly, you know. Uh, he's a bit of a cute puppy that's like, you know, simple and like likes to fish little things. And there's this the second evolution of a dog. He's like one of those basically a greyhounds that runs and is very active. And this wolf is a pretty much he's a very tanky wolf. He's a, you know, like Sabult almost a little bit. It may be a little smaller than Sabult, but still a big ass wolf that basically like a metal Garurumon of sorts. As we take on our 28th Eevee. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just like it makes sense to me because not only is the wolf and the moon and the water all go hand in hand, like dogs beats cats, you know, and since the lion is pertained to like the sun, you know, especially with Solgaleo and stuff like that, like they all go hand in hand. I would say, like a lot of it makes sense. You know, cats hate water. You know, cats hate dogs. That's what it all makes sense. Where they're pretty much rivals. What doesn't make sense is my grass type, because the grass type is pretty much a lizard. Okay, hear me out. Is that's not the end of it. The lizard evolves into a raptor, like a velociraptor, like from Jurassic Park. You know exactly what you imagine. And then the final evolution would be a T-Rex, and it would be grass ground type. That's kind of what I envision in my head. Like I said, I didn't finalize the starters if these are what they are. Um, but you know, if I had to get Fakemon, I would have those. If I had to pick any starters, I don't know. I don't know if I should just mix it up from different generations, or start with Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, or have a different generation like Chimchar, Turtwig, or Piplup, uh, or just mix it up like I said. Because if I get the choice, I'd probably pick like Cyndaquil, Mudkip, and fucking Turtwig or some shit. I don't know, or Rowlet, something. I'm not sure. I guess if you guys are hearing this back, you could, you know, put in your 2 cents of what you prefer. I'm not sure. I don't know. There's the possibilities are endless. Anyway, with the story, I'm not gonna get too far into it, but I'll give you just the beginning. But this character, like I said in the beginning of the game, you know, he's your main character, whether it's male or female. But let's say they walk out in the starry night sky, you know, doing his first beginning cutscenes and tutorials and preparing to pick his starter Pokemon, that he noticed something in the pond, like I said, you know, because it's just south from his house, just a little bit down, no farther. And yeah, it's a glowy green thing as we get another Eevee, level 29. And it turns out to be a little baby Zygarde cell that he picked up. One of 100. Uh, the first one throughout his whole journey. And I think that's just very fitting that he does that. And like, you know, I'm not really sure where the other 99 will be at, but the first one for sure I want it to be in that body of water because that's just how I envision it. So I don't know. I just think I just envision that so perfectly in my head. But yeah, the day after, or maybe the same night, I'm not sure yet. He goes up to the laboratory to pick a starter Pokemon, and there's these two characters that walk up to, you know, trying to get their other starter Pokemon. You know, they get in, and it's a brother and sister. You know, the brother says to the sister, "Okay, we'll be okay. We'll be safe here. We now could just get our, you know, starter Pokemon, and everything will be okay again." And then the sister gets reassured. She's like, "Man, I sure hope so," and everything. And the professor, you know, calms them down and stuff, and he's like, "I'm not sure why, you know, they're freaking out about this, but they're very covered up." And you imagine that they're covered up because, you know, they're visiting a snowy village and it gets really cold, so they're covered up wearing jackets and wearing hats and scarves and shit like that. But they look very comfortable, but they also look like they're not from there. You know, they came from a very far place. But they also pick the starters after you pick yours since you were there first. But yeah, you pick your starter, whether it's the fire, grass, or water type, whatever is end up being the choice, and and then you continue your journey, and of course you end up battling them and such, and you know, with this whole journey and stuff, you find some other stuff along the way. Hold on, let me increase the count because I almost forgot. 30th, we need 470 to go. This is gonna go a lot quicker than you think. I know it's slow on the first day. Maybe you'll get used to it, maybe not. But that's how it is. Let's go. Let's might as well do orange berries, right? Fucking might as well, right? 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 This used to do 20 HP, man. I feel ripped off. Hoy. But I mean, as the side story, when it comes to the main character's family, oh, I almost started fighting them. What the fuck? Um, you know, the mom and dad, uh, you know, has their certain rooms in the house, and obviously the dad's missing because it's Pokemon, and we don't give a shit about our dads. Like, there's what it's has it only been just like one dad that's been within the series and he still doesn't fuck with the main character? I'm pretty sure it's Norman. I don't remember if any other male characters fuck with their child. But as you could probably tell, the mom and dad in the beginning of the game was there, but the dad says I have to go to a road trip. You know, I have to go head out somewhere and I'll be back or whatever. Hope you're okay. And as I mentioned, like the Starry Night, that's when the main character makes his decision to do the laboratory stuff. So he doesn't really tell the father that, you know, that they were gonna leave to do their journey. So he has no idea that his son or daughter is about to head out. But he takes off, and like you know, within his room is a study. You know, a lot of books and stuff. A lot of journals he made, but you know, a lot of log drawers and log doors and stuff like that. You might be wondering, well, what the hell it is it? Because you know, you might be wondering, like, okay, so what? He obviously is like a leader of Legend Slayers. Well, who knows? Maybe, but then again, maybe not. Who knows? He could be. That's exactly what a lot of people would think. I mean, if it's obvious to you, then it's obvious to everybody else, I suppose. If he truly is part of Legend Slayers. But that's the intriguing part. As we get our 31st Eevee, I feel like all these Eevees are coming out a lot faster now. That's good. That's not bad. Alright. Oh, I need to go to the fucking Pokemon Center. Okay, well now that we did this, we could go head out over there. But that's pretty much all I gotta say about the beginning of the game. I'm not gonna obviously spoil the end of the game, but I do got some interesting stuff within my sleeves when it comes to all that stuff. But yeah. I hope the game pitch is interesting to you, at least. I guess what I could do is I could do like another tweet, I suppose. All right, or I could just retweet the tweet I had, because I already retweeted the retweet. Come on, Twitter. Come on, man. I hope Reddit didn't like ban me from that page, by the way. Oh, it's loading so slow, bruh. Okay. Uh, I'll just retweet it. I could quote retweet again. That's weird. Alright, well, I'll retweet it for now. Okay. Oh, I'm recording for 3 hours and a half? Was it really? Wow. Interesting. Alright. Let's continue. If we could do 100 Pokemon, that'd be great. Honestly, it would be digestible so much easier if I do 100 Pokemon, 100 Eevees per day, to be honest with you. I think that'd be pretty cool. But at the same time, I don't know how feasible that is. Maybe 50? Maybe it just all depends. But yeah, there is another idea I have, but this is pertain to a cartoon that I wanted to do. Again, this is just a reward for people that look back onto the VOD. Thank you so much for rewatching the whole video. But again, if anybody takes my idea, I'm gonna expose you. But I will say, if I pass away or something like that, and I have yet to do any of these ideas, then yeah, feel free for those people to carry on with this, because this would be my wish to have it out there for sure. But you know, the thing with this cartoon that I always wanted to do, it's like a combination and attributed to a lot of the shows I watched when I was a child. You know, because I'm very much into superheroes. If you know me, you know that I love Marvel, I love DC, you know, I love Spider-Man, I love Batman, all these characters. Um, and like I envisioned, well, this show is, I don't really have a title name for it. I just call it Puppy. And I know how funny it is that I'm talking about another puppy when I just talked about a water puppy becoming a moon wolf. But with this puppy, I wanted him to be like this rare breed, uh, black Dalmatian white spotted dog that, you know, the reverse colors and everything. And that he gets superpowers, and in a similar fashion to Danny Phantom, you know, he reverses his colors from, you know, black with white spots to white with black spots, so he looks like a regular Dalmatian. And I think that's just such a pretty neat idea. As we get 32. Um, and like he has superpowers where he could shoot energy beams from his palms, he could fly, he has super strength, all these type of things. Pretty much a Superman, but you know, with Goku powers, is what I like to imagine. You know, very fast and all that. Um, but you know, I'm getting ahead of myself. But that's basically the show idea. With all these villains, they're a mismatch of other villains that, you know, I watch from other superhero shows or movies, but they have their own creative twist to them. A lot of comic books do this as well. You know, like Deathstroke is based off Deadpool, or maybe the other way around. I forget. I think Deadpool's supposed to be a parody of Deathstroke. You know, that as an example, but you know, there's a different take to it. Not really T for T plagiarize or anything like that. Because, you know, for example, one enemy is based off the Green Goblin, except he's an alien that's on a hovercraft instead, that acts just like the Green Goblin. Not really like mannerisms or laughing or anything like that, but you know, just imagine him in like a glider as well, but a UFO like one. Stuff like that. That's not his main arch enemy though, but from beginning of the show, I imagine just like in Lady and the Tramp, like I remember the tramp being by like this train station where the railroads are, and that's kind of how the movie starts with introducing Tramp, because that's what I imagine this puppy to be. He's a black Dalmatian with white spots. That's a homeless tramp just living by the train station all by himself, crying. Because he's just left alone there. We don't know why he's crying. Um, and this kid wants to have a dog to get adopted and everything. And this kid, I don't really have a name yet, but he has an adopted father that was a policeman, and he becomes a firefighter, because of Dalmatians and all. I don't know, but he adopts this son, and like I don't know, he feels like his family isn't whole, or it wasn't like the same as it used to be, whatever that implies, and that he wanted to adopt a puppy and everything. So we go back to this train station where this puppy is abandoned and he's crying and all that stuff. And he gets basically dognapped by something, and we don't know what it is. And there's some details I'm forgetting because I hadn't thought about this in a long time. I just remember really big splotches of it. Like if it was a planing, a lot of big splotches, and then like very very small things. I'm like I don't quite remember that, but dog catchers always try to catch this puppy all the time, but it was something else that captured it. But meanwhile, this happens in the city. There's this cat, right? This orange cat that has this green jewel within his chest, and for some reason there's been an accidental explosion and we don't know why. And then like the cops appear, and they point his guns to the cat, and the cat looks over, and I could point out that this cat could fucking talk. And he looks over and he's so like, well, you're not supposed to see me yet, or something like that, along those lines, whatever those lines imply. But the cops are trying to do its thing, trying to take care of this cat, and then this cat has no choice but to fight back against these people. I guess he was being stealthy, perhaps. We don't know, but he was after something. And like I mentioned, the adopted father, you know, I imagine like the adopted father being like an African American, and then like the son being like like an American, uh, you know, uh, Caucasian, pretty much. Like I don't know why I envisioned that in my head, but I always did for these characters because that's just what I always envisioned. That it felt right within this family with this Dalmatian. Um, that's like the premise of it, and I don't see a lot of it in mainstream. That like there would be like an orphan child. Like I know there's foster homes of imaginary pets and stuff like that. Uh, somewhat, but there's not too many shows that have that, and I feel like this would. I don't know. I feel pretty confident that this show would do well as well if done right, of course. But he's within the police force and he's trying to stop the cat, and he's in well better shape than all the other cops because the cops that are with them trying to take down this cat, they can't save a kitten from a tree even if they try. Ironically, because they're getting fought by this cat. So um, I kind of like this whole scene. Kind of reminds me of the Men in Black because like just talking about it makes me think about like the Will Smith scene where he outruns the other cops or whatever. And I should just point out that the character's not based off Will Smith, but that's just what it reminds me of. But this is just an excuse to have, like, this police force dad make his decision to, like, leave the police force because the other cops aren't doing their part. And they feel like, he's going above and beyond for doing something right, but may turn it into a wrong thing because he's the only one pursuing this cat while these other dudes are so out of shape and they're more worried about donuts and shit and not justice that obviously the orange cat gets away because he has powers. He also has energy blasts and similar powers to what Puppy has and everything. um But ultimately, like the dad gets like let go from the police force because he's getting blamed for whatever reason. Like the other cops are saying that he's doing too much when they're not doing enough. Basically sabotaging him. But yeah, eventually he becomes a firefighter. And maybe this is just an excuse because Dalmatians and firefighters are always hand in hand, I guess. I don't know what made the Dalmatian the mascot of firefighters, but that's just how it is. But yeah, that's all an excuse just to get him there. But, just to also show that he is useful and athletic, and believes in justice when it comes to doing the right thing. And it also supposed to show him being a good father of morality to, his son. Because, this dad lost his son, like his biological son, in the past. Um, but that's just what I imagine. But basically, like this mysterious entity that dog-napped Puppy works for that cat that could talk. And they have him in this laboratory, and this cat's trying to experiment on all these other animals because it's not the only animal that they kidnapped, but they try to test it to see whatever the thing they're trying to accomplish to make it work. And they put him on to this machine, and they're trying different things with these formulas and these special devices that for some reason when the black Dalmatian with white spots turn becomes of it, for some reason now the code or the formula works for him and now he gets these powers, and then that's what happens or whatever. Ultimately the puppy escapes because of this overwhelming power, and tries his best to outrun this cat because now he's going through them, like flying throughout the whole town. He ended up in the dog pound, where he gets adopted by his new family, and they call him Domino. And yeah, I know Domino is like what everybody calls their Dalmatian, but I think Domino fits him perfectly fine. And what Domino likes is pepperoni pizza. I'm gonna make that a thing, just like how other characters like their significant other food. You know, like Ed, Ed and Eddie likes their jawbreakers, and like Scooby Doo likes his Scooby snacks, and uh, what other thing? The possibilities are endless. Like with all these other characters, it's escaping me at the moment. But you know what I mean. I guess like Naruto with his ramen and Baruto with his hamburger or some shit like that. Domino likes his pepperoni pizza. Damn it, that's what he likes. But yeah. So when this adopted family uh, is all together, their family feels whole again. Um, but the son, he's not used to this new life that he has because he feels like he has to start over. Going to a new school and doing this. But what comforts him the most is his puppy Domino. He does find out pretty quickly that his dog has powers, and he tries to do what he can to save the day and going out there and fighting crime and stuff. And nobody really knows who's saving who. Like there's rumors and sure there's eyewitnesses, but nobody really believes them. But there's this other character that takes all the credit, similar to Hercule from Dragon Ball Z. He's like one of those characters where they're secretly kind of whack. Like he can't do much, but for some reason, like with luck and circumstance, that Domino saves the day. Like he goes away, and then you just see This character right here, which I want to call Dingo Man. He wears purple and kind of looks like a fat Rigby. What that's his name, right? Mordecai and Rigby. He looks like him. That's just what I envision in my head. But he wears purple and wears like a typical superhero suit. That a lot of people are giving him credit and think he's the the white blur, saving the city every now and then. But there's like always a small group of people of the eyewitnesses that give credit to the puppy. It's like that's not him at all. It's not Dingo Man. Dingo Man can't even tie his shoes properly, dude. And you're saying it's Dingo Man? Oh, the egg is hatching. All right. Okay, what's a regular Eevee? uh, see, I'm gonna start not knowing my Spanish words, but I know this one's dos. Dos, dude. All right, let's go back and get ourselves a new Poke Egg. Actually, I could just fly, dude. What the fuck am I doing? Let's go fly over. And there's another egg, of course. I wonder how many this will take. Let's see. Attack is down, special defense is up. That's kind of buns, but likes to fight. Where you're gonna have to fight for your life. Alright. Let's go get another egg. Alright. But that's basically the premise of all of it. I mean, you could imagine many scenarios with how these episodes are gonna go. But I want it to mean something. I really believe in this series. Like, for right now, the show's little moniker name is like, Puppy, but it could be named Domino, I'm not sure. If Cartoon Network was still a thing, like, I could definitely imagine their logo being in spots and shit. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like I said, like there's other enemies like the green alien that's like based off the Green Goblin. I think I'm gonna call him like Verde or some shit like that, or Verde Vader, something along those lines. There's a character that I'm pretty proud of that looks like a mix of Magneto if he was Wario, kind of. That's one of my favorite designs I made. And there's like a dog catcher that looks like Doctor Doom, which is the same dog catcher that tries to go for puppy but never is successful. There's one that's it's not T for T the same because I try to do it based off Doctor Zoom or the Reverse Flash or whatever the fuck his name is. But I call him Mr. Safety, and I know that's a stupid ass name, but he's supposed to be whack intentionally. Because he's a daredevil, but he has like PTSD almost. Um, that's 33 EVs, by the way. Because he's like a daredevil that went into an accident, I guess. And pretty much because of this accident, he's overly cautious now. So he's the type that puts bubble wrap on unnecessary things and like pillows and has backup upon backup of stuff just in case something were to happen. But he's still a daredevil. So he does crazy stunts. But he managed to make like these roller skate slash rocket type of gear that helps him go super fast. And he has like all these wires just in case he runs into a wall because he's a normal person still. Uh, like he doesn't have like the quickest reflexes, but he does what he can. Super last second, very daring and all that. Because if you really think about it, we see Flash and Reverse Flash, and they run super fast and all that. But like in reality, if you run so fast, you run straight, you're eventually gonna hit a wall or something. It's really hard. to control yourself when you're running that fast or going that fast rather. Even in the car, you could get in an accident and get overwhelmed with speed, and like, it gets harder and harder the faster you go, the reflex to account for it. So this guy has like, safety wires, so it shoots out either up, left, or right, or down, or whatever the fuck, in all directions, just to make sure he doesn't hit in a wall. He also has like a lot of wheels on him that kind of keeps him safe, like safety wheels. I know that doesn't make sense, but like, let's presume he's going straight into a big ass building that like the wire shoots out and then it attaches to something else while he's going super fast, and then these wheels go hit into the wall and they roll him upwards rather than just the street or something. Like that's kind of the extent of it. And I imagine this episode would be pretty cool because like, Puppy's trying to keep up with them and stuff like that. And he can, but while this is happening, they're going at each other throughout the whole city while he's like gliding on the walls of the city, or in the middle of the air, or all this stuff. So I don't know. I just visualized that, and that's pretty cool. But yeah, um, there's other characters too, like a wolf man that looks similar to Domino. He's like a white wolf, but like a big ass one. Maybe from a person, maybe from a dog. Who knows? I haven't really decided that. A giant hydrant. Uh, very simple robot. That's just kind of by design. All kinds of enemies. I wanted to make like a clown based off the Joker, but that's a bit harder to think about. But I think I thought of an idea. I just don't know how feasible it is. I'm still workshopping that one though, because I haven't finalized it. Because I want this clown to be different, but still like a decent threat to Puppy. I don't want him to just be a regular clown, and I don't want him to be a straight up copy either. So that's kind of the dilemma I'm in when it comes to that, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's where I'm at with that. As we kill another Eevee and increase our count to 34. All right. Because part of me wants to. Oh my god, an Eevee back to back? Yo. Hell yeah. Baton pass. Alright, let's go back to 35. Bro, the more lucky I get with that, the better. For sure. Alright, let's go back and forth. Imagine 3 Eevees in a row. That would have been great, but no. I mean, one of the ideas I had is like maybe something painting related, like a rainbow painting, because there has been like, okay, well, a little bit of Puppy is like, Danny Phantom and Powerpuff Girls and like, Superman and all types of stuff, like the combination of all those things. uh but like Powerpuff Girls had a villain that was also a clown, but he's like the opposite. He's pertained to black and white. And there is other unique clown enemies, so I don't know if I should do rainbow color or something like that. That he has paint powers, um, that it would affect his environment. I'm not sure yet. That's where I'm still kind of deciding, and I'm also kind of debating of how I want to design this. Because I do want to make him very sinister, but at the same time, like, I don't want to be overly sinister. I don't know. I need to think of a good in between, but that's the considerations I'm having. Um, I don't know. Ever since I was a kid too, like I always had like this order in my head of like Marvel and DC characters of like, how they're rotated. Like I always think Spider-Man, then X-Men, then Hulk, then Fantastic Four, and then sometimes Iron Man or Captain America. They kind of lose the order from there. Sometimes Thor, sometimes Doctor Strange, then Daredevil, then Blade and Ghost Rider, and then I don't know. I start losing the order from there because it changed over the years. I feel, but doing based on all those enemies, and like for DC, is always Batman first, Superman, uh, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash, Aquaman, Martian Manhunter, Hawk Girl, usually around that order. But like I said, always do some type of combination of like the heroes and villains and stuff. And there's like all types of different ideas I have pertain and revolving around that show. So yeah, I don't know. There's like a lot to consider, but I will do that eventually one day to do all those type of animations because I do believe in it. The fan made game and this show, a lot of it is what I look like. I don't know. This is one of my best and proudest ideas that I know will work. But that's if done right. You know what I mean? And I feel like my pitch would work too. Like me talking to a person about it. Like if I pitch it right, they'd be like, "Oh, this is a phenomenal idea." I just don't want anybody to change what I created either. Because I know, like, for the clown, for example, I haven't finalized an idea when it comes to him. But I don't want them to completely change the entity of what I created too. It's like, how about, like, not black Dalmatian with white spots? Why don't you just make a golden retriever or something? It's like, no, that's not what I envisioned in my head. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be down with that. Like I'm open minded when it comes to this, but I don't want you to change uh for a whole different narrative cuz that's definitely going to skew the whole premise of the show cuz again like it's like the Danny Phantom effect, Powerpuff Girls and Superman. Like if it's like a whole different dog, I mean, sure, I could change it to a different color, but like I think the Dalmatian would be far more effective, because it has spots and that it resonates with pepperoni pizza and it resonates with the firefighters and it resonates with rescuing and justice and all that and it resonates with family and it resonates with being a tramp and crying about it and I mean, I guess I should mention that it's basically a dwarf. It's like it's rarer than people think it is. It's a dwarf, black Dalmatians with white spots. It's very genetically different when it comes to that. This food didn't let me go, bro. Go away. Um, and I did pitch it before. Like when I was in college, there was like a college success class, and they asked me, "Oh, pitch something that you're gonna do in the next 5 or 10 years," and that was 10 years ago. So I still haven't done it. Um, but I did it, and people were looking forward to the idea, and I remember talking about it and go like, "Oh, well, eventually I want to do like this." And collaborating with around the time Amazing World of Gumball was popular, and I thought that those two are would be good hand in hand, even though Gumball doesn't really have powers. But I don't know. I like the Amazing World of Gumball, and I can imagine it synergizing well with the show. But yeah, maybe someday, you know, if I get that idea into fruition, maybe I should consider doing a GoFundMe with that. That would be pretty neat, cause I would definitely do that. I just need to learn how to animate, cause like I could draw decently. I feel like I'm better at drawing with like a pencil or stylus, cause drawing within a computer, a Microsoft Paint is fucking terrible for me. Like drawing with the mouse sucks, or drawing with the fingers not all that bad, but wait, I need some work. I mean, people compliment me in my drawings, so It ain't all that bad. And I also envision that Domino doesn't talk, but I don't know how he would communicate or convey stuff. Because the only thing I could think of if he makes his emotions obvious, like I said, for example, crying and all that stuff. And I'm not also sure what I should do about the son, because I know he's gonna be following Puppy around, trying to catch up to him, helping him any way he can, and in a way being a mouthpiece for him. So I'm not sure how well that would go. So I don't know. There's a lot of things to consider. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it for sure. And that's it for Eevee right here. Level 33. I should probably check my items to see if I do have it. 36! That's my favorite number. I love 36. Alright, let me check right quick how many. Still no. Okay, just making sure. Alright. Bro, these hysterics, man, that's me right now. Like, looking for this Pokemon. Alright. Let's go around her. Nosepads, why you be nosy, bruh? Like, the fuck? Don't you do that shit. There was one thing I wanted to talk about. That I was going to talk about the Green Demon Challenge, but since we're here, I might as well talk about it because there's not much else to say. I mean, unless I think of another game to play for the streams. I'm not sure, but um, I wanted to talk about certain movies because well, this was around the time around April. I'm trying to remember exactly what I was gonna say. Um, but I ran out of. We're not ran out, but I lost count of how many Bremens I found. I feel like that's 13. Trying to. There's a hair on my fucking phone. I don't. Might have fell off my head. I'm balding. I'm not actually, but don't you worry. Um, but I forgot how I brought this up before because I talked about it within the Green Demon Challenge, but that was a scrap recording because the video went on too long and it was about a corrupt, so I was trying to be safe. Um, but I feel like Warner Brothers been interesting lately, or at least that's another Bremen 14. It's been interesting because the movies it's been like vaulting, like they vaulted a couple of movies, and I don't understand it. It's kind of like why, you know what I mean? But we killed another Eevee. That's 37. All right. Because one of the movies they vaulted was Batgirl, I believe, and they basically finished it. Like it's just a lot of it I don't understand because it's like you paid the director all this amount of money to produce and direct and create and cast and make a story and write it and script it and all that shit. Get it damn near finished where it practically is finished, and then just say nah, and then just vault it completely. Like they're pretty much. It's almost the equivalent of uploading a video and waiting at 99% only to press cancel and just put on list or something. I don't know. That's something along those lines. I don't understand it because like it doesn't look bad, and I don't know. I don't feel right about it because it's like, why would you? I don't know. It didn't look bad at all, to be honest with you. Well, like I know it wasn't gonna be like amazing, like anything better than the Batman or something like that, but um, let's see. Hold on, I'm texting somebody. To Okay, hold up. Okay, okay. Sorry. Um, but there was footage of Batgirl that came out that you see this whole action scene where Batgirl's fighting against this one dude or multiple people pretty much, and then like they're getting thrown across the wall and she's fighting them and it looked intense and I think I don't know all that choreography looked pretty good and stuff. And there's all this other scene that like it was like a car chase and then the fire's being shot out because the enemy is Firefly, which is a Batman villain, which is it feels right to be in a Batgirl film because you don't want to put like a known Batman villain. Like you want to put a new one that hasn't been in a Batman movie before, so it's not too similar. I mean, it's fine either way. Like people won't complain if it's another Joker. I mean, maybe they might, but or like a Two Face or whatever the hell it is. But Firefly, he was being played by Brendan Fraser, who was in like The Mummy and stuff, and like The Mummy was a great movie series if you haven't watched it, by the way. But Brendan Fraser, he was Firefly, which is good casting, and like just the fact that you paid Brendan Fraser to be in the movie only to drop it doesn't feel okay with me. It just doesn't sit right with me at all. It just doesn't make any sense. But it was the same with Firefly shooting out fire while Batgirl is on her bike and stuff, chasing them down. And she was sponsoring the the movie afterwards. She's like, "Oh, I just did the chase scene," and like and she's all wet because they poured water on her, probably because she was like briefly on fire or something. But all that footage was very interesting to me because I'm all like, man, damn, they're doing quite a bunch, and I don't know. There's people that did movie reviews in the past that says, I rather live my life without having this movie be a thing, and they could say that about many movies like Catwoman uh, or like the Avatar: The Last Airbender and stuff like that. Movies that really suck. They're like it's for their best interest that they just never release this movie at all. And there's some movies I do feel about that, but like once it's out there, it's a bit too late. Like I would say, it's just out there and it's exposed to the public. Um, and yeah, I do feel about that when it comes to the Last Airbender, where I feel like they didn't do the movie justice because the movie had absolutely no charm. There was barely any comedy in it. It's just completely vastly different than it was in the show. It's not dramatic enough. There's so many reasons. Um, but I never really truly been the guy to be like, you know, I don't want this thing to exist. Like I'm not that type of person to be like that. Like once the movie's out there, it's out there, and it's just like a lesson for a different person, to make pretty much. Just to be like, this is what you shouldn't do, is what I should say. Um, I don't know. I just never been that type of guy. Like I think we missed out on a gem. Not really of a gem. I feel like that's too much of a compliment for a movie I didn't see. And you guys know me if you've been in the channel long enough that like I try to be neutral as I can. But I honestly don't think Warner Brothers made the decision because it's a bad movie. I'm not really sure what the decision is and why they did it. It just doesn't make sense to me. And it can't be anything worse than Batwoman because there was one time I went to Vegas with a family member and we watched Batwoman, like the show, and that episode was hot cross buns. Holy shit, that episode was so bad and it made no sense. Like I just remember like I already know about Batwoman that they have like three different, Batwoman people, which is accurate because that's how it was for like the movie, I guess, like the cartoon one. But I don't know, man. It's like the show was so bad. I'm like, I don't know if I could watch a lot of episodes if it's this quality, because it's like an enemy that had like a pig head, and they were trying to deal with chemicals, and they couldn't fight to defend themselves in this episode. Like a lot of it's very blurry because this was like 4 years ago that I watched this, but the episode was terrible. That's what I remember, like the core memory of that. Um, I'm pretty sure Batgirl's much better than that, but like I said, I try to keep a neutral mind and try to be fair with it. As I was trying to bring up earlier with Sword and Shield, like I always been that type of person. It's like maybe don't criticize something you haven't experienced or consumed or played or whatever it is. Like you can't judge a book by its cover just straight off the bat like that. Like I want this movie to be out there, whether it's good or bad. So I don't know. It's just it doesn't sit right with me that they did that, and it's not fair to the actors and the script writers and producers and directors that this movie was vaulted at all. So yeah, I don't know, but that's 39 EVs. Um, yeah, it just doesn't sit right with me. I don't know, man. And I know that like people would see it in a positive light, but like I'm always kind of been a silver lining person anyway. I mean, other people would beg to differ and say that I'm pessimistic, but I don't truly feel that either. I just think I'm more moderate and neutral with a lot of the decisions that I make, even though they, inch closer to the light than it does the darkness, I suppose. But like I would have liked to watch Batgirl, whether it's good or bad, and and I don't think it's a bad movie at all from what I've seen. Like just from like the two scenes that I seen with the fighting scene, and this was all like real life sound effects, no sound effects where you hear like a punch effect or the breaking walls that you would experience in a movie theater. Like this was video footage. Like you could see the timers and everything, and you could. Is this sunset? I think it's sunset now. But this is like raw footage of the camera. And for the chase scene, this was like a camera outside the actual shot of it. So there was that going for us. But that's all that stuff that I noticed, and I don't know. And I guess to be fair, I am judging it in a good light, but I don't know, man. Like I would have to experience it to actually see, to be like, oh no, it is a bad movie, but I'm glad that it's unvaulted or something. Um, there was something else I was gonna mention though. There is hope, however, because that is not the only Warner Brothers movie that they vaulted. Because there's another movie that was vaulted that is now unvaulted because of another company. And I'm blanking at the moment. I know I used to know it 4 months ago, and now I kind of forgotten. But there was a movie where it was Looney Tunes related. I think it's like the day that the Earth exploded or something like that, or the Earth got destroyed, something like that. That was like I forget, it was Daffy Duck or if it was Porky Pig or both. It was a movie something pertained to that. That's not Bugs Bunny as the main character. Unless it's the Wile E. Coyote movie I'm thinking of. Did both of them get faulted? I wish I remembered. I'll look into it and I'll talk about it like tomorrow or something. But um, like lately, for some reason, Looney Tunes been making movies. Not focused on Bugs Bunny being the main character, but for example, like I said, there's a Wile E. Coyote movie where John Cena's also in there, and that kind of rings a bell with me because it I think that one did get vaulted. or maybe not. But the Earth that they got exploded, I'm pretty sure was unvaulted. I'm almost positive by this company that's tomato or ketchup or something like that. I forget. It might have been like ketchup, but it's like this production company that bought the rights to use that movie for like millions of dollars and made Warner Brothers unvaulted. So if a company does that for that movie and made a net profit because of that, then there is some hope that some other company would negotiate with Warner Brothers to involve, Batgirl to use those rights and to have the movie out there because it's practically finished. It just has to be edited in the final touches. I don't know how far into production it is, but my understanding is close to finish. So there is hope. I don't think ketchup or tomato, whatever the fuck the company's called, is gonna pay for it. If they do, like, I don't know, whatever company, like that's considered buying it, I think is worth doing that if you have the money because you're only gonna gain more money because of it. Because now it's in people's attention that wait, did I do the counter? Oh fuck, I don't think I did the counter. I hope I did. Okay, I'm gonna have to look back on that footage. Oh shit, I might have fucked up. I hope I didn't. I'll look back. I'll look. Luckily, we can see the timer thing. I didn't mean to do that. Shit, I'm flustered now. Um, but yeah, that's for the most part. Um, I hope I counted that, but that's 40 EVs. If so, we could probably stop at 50, I suppose. I'll look into the company. I think it is like Ketchup Entertainment. I'm almost positive. I could be wrong, like I said. Um, but yeah, that's for the most part. I just really hope that they would. Like, it's in people's attentions now that 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 movie got vaulted. So it's like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you try to buy it to do it? Like, I know it's a lot to ask because it is like a shit ton of money. But like, if they do that expense, they're only gonna gain more money because people are gonna realize, oh shit, these guys unvaulted the movie. Let's all go watch it, and people are gonna watch it because it's a Batman related movie that had like publicity because it got vaulted and almost an injustice because of all these people that were affected by that movie. That I feel like it would do well, and if it does, if it is actually a good movie, like they're really gonna get their profit back. And even if they didn't, like it's only gonna make their company look better because they did a good deed for the people. In my opinion, I just see this as a win-win no matter what, even if it's a bad movie. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but that's pretty much what I was gonna say about that. I'm pretty sure it was the Wile E. Coyote movie that was banned or vaulted, I should say. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. I mean, honestly, this stream will be easy to edit down, like altogether with this whole hunting thing, because the Jigglypuff stuff, rather easy. This person barely saw my message I sent it a whole ass week ago, but that's okay. What was I gonna put? Oh, I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, yeah. Ketchup Entertainment, I think. Ketchup Entertainment. I'm pretty sure it's that. Hold on, let me look it up. History. It's not history. Yeah, Coyote versus Acme. That might have been the movie that was upcoming American film. It's not out yet. Well, they did buy the day the Earth blew up, a Looney Tunes movie. Yeah. Hold on, I'll read the thing in a second. There's another fucking hair on my phone. I don't know where it keeps coming from. I'm losing my hairs, dude. In August 2024, Ketchup Entertainment secured the North American distribution rights to The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie. In March 2025, the company acquired the worldwide distribution rights to another Looney Tunes film, Coyote vs. Acme, which has been left in purgatory since 2023. The film is set for a theatrical release on August 28, 2026, as we face another Eevee with 2 more Aqua Jets. Alright. Let's raise the counter. 41. Booyah. Oops. But that's pretty exciting. I don't know what's Ketchup Entertainment obsession with Looney Tunes lately. Like, I understand, but it's like, why focus on that? You don't want the Bad Girl film, bruh? Huh? You don't want the Bad Girl film? Do they have another? Because ever since the 2020s started, and ever since Looney Tunes kind of been like going out of their way to make solo spin-off, whatever you consider movies, ever since the LeBron James one, they've been doing that. I guess it's just 2024. It's not like the moment COVID happened, they decided to do that other thing. All right. And yeah, that's the upcoming movie. Let's check Coyote vs. Acme just to make sure. Coyote vs. Acme is an upcoming American legal comedy film directed by Dave Green with the screenplay of Sammy Birch from a story by Birch, James Gunn, and Jeremy Slater. James Gunn's been everywhere lately. He did the Guardians of the Galaxy and like the DC film with like Batman and Superman, I think. The film is based on the 1990 The New Yorker magazine article Coyote vs. Acme by Ian Fraser, which itself is based on the cartoon character Wile E. Coyote and the Acme Corporation from the Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies series of cartoons. The film cast includes John Cena, Will Forte, Lana Condor, PJ Byrne, or is it Byron? I don't know. Tone Bell, Martha Kelly, and the voice of Eric Bauza. It almost sounds like Bowser. Bowser. Let's see. And like, if they did vault this movie, it's like you literally hired John Cena to not use him. It's like, what the fuck? Let me skip to this part. Warner Brothers Discovery initially shelved Coyote vs. Acme in November 2023 to obtain a tax write-off. Is that literally the reason? But later reversed this decision and allows the filmmakers to seek other distributors following public backlash. After several unsuccessful negotiations with various distributors, Ketchup Entertainment acquired the rights in March 2025. After previously doing sorry, I was looking up on the screen. Where was I? After several unsuccessful negotiations with various distributors, Ketchup Entertainment acquired the rights in March 2025. After previously doing so with Warner Brothers Animation's The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie, the film is scheduled to be released on August 20th, 2026. A tax write-off thing like that's on Warner Brothers. I feel like if you don't like they've been a company for years and they're supposed to be on top of that stuff. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Did I do the counter thing? I think I did. Oh, I ran out. Shit. Okay, I have to go to the thing. Go to the thing. Do the thing. Alright, let's raise the counter up. 42. Alright, let's go to... let me check Reddit right quick. In case something happens. For my post. Unless it got banned, I'm not sure. Hold on. It received like no interactions. Okay, well let me go to Facebook right quick then. Did I put add followers? I don't remember if I did. Oh, I didn't even put it. What the fuck? Alright, hold on. Let's see here. I mean, there's been viewers on and off. Okay, hold up. Let me go back to Twitter. Sorry, I'm just doing this so I could get some traffic going. Come on. Okay, Facebook. Oops. Wait, did I not do that right? Wait, that's not it. Okay, Twitter again. Okay, I'm gonna pop it up just to copy the thing. Copy. Okay, let's go like this. I feel like I have though. At followers. Hashtag YouTube. I'm doing this all out of order. Holy shit. Gaming. Hashtag stream. Post. I'll try to be on top of it tomorrow. I thought I for some reason thought I did it already. Okay, let's go back to that. Apologies, we'll get back to it. I am more delayed than I thought, bruh. Like, I'm still on the screen, like, looking for certain Pokemon. What the fuck? Okay. Oh shit, I gotta minimize my thing. Okay. Let's continue. My game looks glitched, bro. What? Oh, I need to heal my Pokemon, huh? Okay, let's go heal my Pokemon. I already did the thing. Alright. It is Ketchup Entertainment. I knew it had something to do with tomatoes. I looked at that kid and I'm all like, he's dressed like Spider-Man. That's what I thought in my head. Okay. Because he looks like he's in his pajamas. And he kind of looks like Peter Parker. And, you know, if he looks at the screen, that'd be good. Hey, buddy. Alright, that's it. Alright, let's go ahead and do it. Is Azure still at level 20, 33, I mean? Okay. I was gonna say 31, but 20 came out for some reason. Alright, Ditto. Uh-oh. Not like this, bruh. Yeah, you better. You better. Oh, boy. You know what I noticed? This Dutch Bros thing actually has a scan. That's interesting. A QR scan, that is. Sorry, I was drinking. Alright. I think we need to find like 8 more Eevees and then we could call it a day. I ran out. They asked me if I wanted whipped cream and I look at them like, of course I do. But they didn't put enough whipped cream like I wanted them to. Not like Starbucks, I'm scared. If I say it like that. Alright. Hysteric again. Man. But yeah, earlier in like the first 7 minutes of the stream, I had my friend stop by so I could check to see if the quality. Because like I said, last time I streamed, there was Blue Rescue Team. And holy fuck, like the whole time my mic was lower than the game audio and you couldn't hear me. It just sounded like like as the song is like and it was just embarrassing. I'm like, bro, I can't use this. I was gonna do a stream cut and I can't do this shit. Like it was too embarrassing, dude. So yeah, I couldn't do it, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean it'd be like that sometimes. It do be like that sometimes. Alright, let's increase the counter. 43. I wonder if it's... I don't know if it's instantaneous or something. I really don't know. Watch it not be 500 for me, because like I said, I am an unlucky person. Like, who else do you know had 3 flat tires within 2 weeks and also got pulled over twice on the same day? And even the second time on that same day, I wasn't even fucking driving. Like, who else, bro? And there's more bad luck stuff, but that's like the 2 at the top of my head. Like, somebody tried to compare it to me before. They're like, oh, well, this whole year I had like 8 flat tires. And this is coming from a person that travels so much more in their car. So I don't think it's a fair comparison. Like, I said 2 weeks, you know, 3 flat tires. If I was traveling as much as that person, I would have definitely had more. You know, and something else, if the fucking car even worked, and then I drove out there, I probably got more flat tires over the whole fucking year. But I can't drive. So like that's I don't know, I feel like that unluckiness outweighs that one. Cuz they can at least afford more tires to then drive. And like I said, they drive a lot more than I do. So it's like, I don't know. There's a lot of factors with that. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, it's bad luck and everything, but holy fuck, like, uh, at the same time, at that point, I'm all like, I don't know if you're just getting shitty tires or maybe you're not driving safely. Because I drive pretty safe, I would say. Like, I do drive fast, which might be a factor. And a lot of the time, when people do travel, because it's almost like the NASCAR kind of logic, you know, the more you drive and the longer you drive, and the faster you go, obviously, like the tires eventually wear out and they do end up popping. Because that's why NASCAR drivers always switch out their tires, because they're going 200 miles an hour and shit, and doing like 100 laps. So like they have to switch out their tires because they get worn down pretty quickly. So I don't know. That's kind of my logic. Because around that time I was driving a shit ton. Not as much as the other person. But I feel like it's almost the same logic. It's all like, well, I seen a lot more sharks than you do. Well, yeah, sure, mate. You be swimming in the ocean a lot more than I do. Of course you're gonna see more sharks. Like, what the fuck? Like, if I barely go in the swimming pool, how the fuck am I gonna see a shark, you know? That's kind of where I'm getting at with these comparisons. That's what it feels like, at least. And we're getting pretty lucky with these other Eevees, too. Oh, that one-shotted. That's good. 45. Actually, I could look at that right quick. I'm on 42? 42? I am so behind on the other stream. Like, so fucking behind. Like, I just looked at the preview. 42? Like, my dude. If I stop streaming, how the hell is that gonna work? I don't know how far behind that is. Oh, well, there's another Eevee. Hopefully this captures everything, because if it doesn't, that's gonna be very awkward. Okay, 46. Hold on, I need to keep checking. 42! And I think this is around the time I was just standing still, too. Bruh. Alright, I think I fit the Eevee, so I'll call it a day, though. Hopefully that won't take too long, because I'm already approaching 5 hours, if I'm that already, because I don't know how far behind I am. But, I hope you guys... Oh, shit. I hope you guys are enjoying it if you guys are doing, because you could just treat it as a podcast and look every now and then. But I will say every now and then as well, I'm not like addressing every Eevee I saw, because I definitely did talk over while Eevee was happening. But I was aware of it, for sure. We did pull a shiny Jigglypuff throughout all this. So yeah. Hold on. Hold on, I'm typing. Typing. Hold on. There's multiple things happening at once. Okay, my bad. Alright, let's go back to the thing. We only got 4 more. Hold on, I want to check right quick how far behind I am. 42? I'm still at 42. What the hell? I think that's around the time I was trying to promote everything. Ooh, another Eevee. Perfect. Give me all of them, I'm telling you. Give me all of them. If I do get a shiny Eevee, that's the plan. I'm gonna evolve it into a shiny Bandian. I still feel pretty damn stupid. I didn't raise up the thing. That's another thing I feel stupid about. I still feel pretty damn stupid for realizing now that it was a daytime Pokemon, and I could not for the life of me find an Eevee when I use my token, but that's okay. We got a Ditto. And maybe in an alternative universe we wouldn't be able to, you know, like use that said token, or not more so that, but like if we use the token, there's a good chance we might have not found Eevee or Ditto, and that would have ruined all my plans. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Drakea could. Who else she would be like matched up with in the daycare? I don't know if I would have just not done it at all. Who knows? Okay, let's run. And yeah, I think I will change the thumbnail of day one. I'll do it. It was originally like retro Eevee in the corner and then like shiny Eevee on the other corner, but it might be retro Eevee in the corner and then shiny Jigglypuff down below. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Cause it'd be weird if I did that for day two. Like I can, but like I don't know. I could also use shiny Haunter and then eventually get like shiny Gengar if I have the thing. That'd be pretty neat. I'm trying to figure out when I found shiny Jigglypuff because it feels very early on, like an hour in or some shit. I don't know, something like that. All right, but we're out here, dude. I'm committed. I'm committed to this vintage hunting stuff. I really hope I did actually find 50 because if it's 49, I'm gonna be looking stupid as fuck. If so, we're finding 51 tomorrow, or however lucky I do get upon these 4 or 5 hours that I'm recording. And there's a shit ton of hysterics, that's for damn sure. Okay. There's that. I guess I could technically train my other Pokemon, but they kind of don't need to level up. You know what I mean? They kind of don't. So, yeah. I don't know. These imposter dittos are the fucking problem, though, to be honest with you. Um, I'm trying to think of, like, other movies that they could have, like, I don't know. That there maybe there's some Volta movies that we never heard of that they just put under the rug. Because I know they had like certain ideas that they wanted to do that they never put into fruition. That's different. That's things I'm okay with, but like it could still eventually happen. You know, because they wanted to make a Batman Beyond live action movie like in the 2000s, and they never pulled the trigger on it. That's much different. Because like as opposed to that to like Batgirl, like I said, they got to like 99% close to finish and then just pulled the plug on it. As for Batman Beyond, it barely started at like the idea concept and before the casting and all that. Like this is pretty early on where the script writing isn't even probably happening. So this is like 1% in or 10%, whatever the fuck you consider the percentage would be. That's much different as a scrapped idea because it could still be very well possible in the future. And obviously, yeah, there could be another Batgirl movie in the future, but it won't be the same because like they're obviously gotta work on something completely else of a story. They're not gonna do Firefly, and even if they did, it wouldn't be T for what they originally had in mind. You know, the first roundabout. For a Batman Beyond movie, like yeah, they'll eventually do it, and I don't know what they have in mind, like what they were gonna do. But you know, like I said, it's much different when the ideas, you know, are still at its beginning infant stage and stuff. So I don't know. There's like so much. There's a lot of Jigglypuffs I'm running into. All right, let's run from that. Nose pass. All right, let's go ahead and run. Another Jigglypuff. Okay. I'll try again tomorrow to better promote. I don't know what I could have done better because I never been good at promoting stuff. Because I tried my best for today. I think what I could have done better today is like promoting it before the stream because I did wake up and then had to do things. And then I got home at 12 where I wanted to start streaming. And I couldn't start streaming till like around 1 o'clock pretty much. So, yeah. Yeah, there's that. There is 3 more Eevees to go though. I think that's was it around 40? I'm trying to remember. I already forgot what Eevee number that was. I think it was like around the 30s to 40, you know? There's one extra one somewhere. I'll look throughout. Eevee! Level out Eevee! And I'll find other topics to talk about tomorrow as well. I'm sure there's something. Or if you have Q&As, if you guys are here and everything. 34, 48 EVs. Alright. I wonder what your guys' favorite X Pokemon are, because there are some pretty good ones out there. And there's some still to come that, like, you know, maybe you want to hold your opinion till much later. If you haven't played this game, like if you don't know what an X Pokemon is and didn't notice the fucking Ghost Shark that's been popping up on screen, because Wreckage is a X Pokemon, spoilers for that. And that there's other ones like Elekid X, who is a fire type that becomes a fire electric type upon the final stage. And you know, Sharpedo X, who is like a water ghost type. There's quite a bit of them. Because this was the second X Pokemon. And then the third, I'm pretty sure, was like Galvantula X, Ice Bug type. The fourth event was, I'm pretty sure, Gengar X, which is, I think, Dragon Psychic? Was it Dragon Psychic? Could be that. The fifth event. Oh wait, no. Well, I mean, I'm not counting the gym leaders. Shit. Because I'm just thinking events. The fifth event is Rapidash X, who is a flying electric, or just pure flying, whatever mood it's in, pretty much. The sixth event was Surpuff X, which is a poison type. And the seventh event, let's see, what was it? Because I hadn't caught any Pokemon for a long ass time. I think it's Roserade X. That's a poison sound type. That's the most recent one. As for gym leaders, there was Spiritomb X. It's Grass Ghost type, which is probably the coolest one. Well, one of the coolest ones. And I got very lucky on getting a 1% encounter getting that. Speaking of, well, no, this is 5%. But, yeah, Gym 2 had a Puyukamuku X, which is a fighting type, I'm pretty sure. He's like a literal football, but with like one arm of biceps on steroids. Smeargle X, which a lot of people keep forgetting about. It's a fairy type. I didn't put a thumbnail on that one because her main was a Slurpuff, which is, fun fact, the only Pokemon that has like more than one thumbnail, technically. Because like, you know, I put it along the Slurpuff X one, so yeah. I mean, it's a little bit awkward that it is on there, but I hadn't considered it. I don't know why it never crossed my brain. I'm all thinking gym leaders and their ace Pokemon. But the fourth gym leader has a Conphagrius X, which is water ghost type, I'm pretty sure. Right, it's water ghost, which is like the second one, I think. It's crazy to think about. You know, they could have made Sharpedo X. I don't know. Whenever they make alternative forms, I always want them to be vastly different than like the original. Like I don't want them to share a typing. Cause like a ghost Pokemon could still swim, you know? Like it I could imagine it not being water type, but still goes in the water. Like if that's just the environment it lives in. I mean Delmise is a fucking grass steel type or some shit, right? But it lives in the water too, because it's like a mossy steering wheel, or you know, the little captain thingy. I don't know. It's taking me a while to find another Eevee though. But like it could have been like Ghost Dark or like Ghost like Rock because it does have like a rocky face to it, or Ghost Steel type. Whatever it is. The fifth gym leader had a Cacturn X, which I'm pretty sure was Ghost Ground, right? There's a lot of ghost types, I realize. The sixth gym leader who we faced just had a Slurpuff X, so that kind of doesn't count. Unless I'm forgetting about a different Pokemon that he had. I don't recall. But yeah, I mean, that's out for the most part. So if you guys have seen the series, that's why I tell you guys to watch part one. I mean, if you just watch this stream, you're going to be highly confused. For sure. We got 20 minutes to find uh, three more Eevees. Not really, but like, I imagine I'll find it by then. We're just getting a tad bit unlucky. But yeah, I mean, that's how it is. If you guys were to make another X Pokemon, what would you be? Or what would it be, pretty much? Like, my first thought is maybe like a Haxorus, because it is Dragon type, but you could imagine that there'd be like a Steel Fire or like a Steel Ghost. It'd be Steel something, because it has swords on his face, pretty much, or like, swords coming out. So I think it'd be pretty fitting, and it already looks like it's in armor. So that's the type that I could think of. But yeah, the Pokemon game Legends ZA introduced Mega Dragonite. I uh, I understand it, and a person I brought up a point that all the Mega Pokemon are supposed to be like in pain because it's not supposed to be at that evolution. Because it's like further beyond, plus Ultra or whatever. Um, but yeah, I think I don't know. There's a lot of people that, well, artists I noticed that like think they do a better job making a Mega Dragonite than the actual one, because they added wings to his head and they added like a pearl to the tail, which makes sense. It connects back to Dragonair. Uh, but the one thing that I will find as an injustice if they don't do it is if they don't make the shiny blue. If they don't make the shiny blue, they ruin the Pokemon for me. Because, like, regular Dragonite as a shiny is like black, purple, and green, I'm pretty sure. It looks like a weird Barney. It's not like my favorite shiny, but it's one that I have that I found because, like, there was at one point me and a family member or two other family members, we were like shiny hunting via fishing, and we found quite a lot that day. We did like a contest to see who could find the most, and I won that day. I got like, a shiny Poliwag, a shiny Poliwhirl, I got like a shiny Dratini, like all this other stuff, and I called shiny Dratini Fuchsia because it was like a purple um, Dratini and then a purple dragon there, and then it's like black, purple, and green or whatever color variation Dragonite was. But it still felt awkward to call a Dragonite that, and I don't know. It's not like my favorite shiny, but they have to make Mega Dragonite blue. Like it's supposed to look closer to a Dragonair mix with the Dragonite, and they just don't. And it also looks kind of like an in between, kind of a little bit. I mean, it doesn't make sense when I say it that way. But we seen in the movie Dragonair flying with his wings out, and it's spread out completely. Um, so like I don't know if you ever seen those in between evolutions. It's like, oh, well, Charmander to Charmeleon, he has like a little horn and his snout's going out or whatever. And then from Charmeleon to Charizard, his second horn is trying to grow out or whatever. And his wings are coming out and they're small or whatever the hell. Like, there's always the in between evolutions that people draw to add character to that. Um, and I feel like Dragonair to Dragonite, it's like it does feel like a different diversion of a branch to like go from a blue serpent with wings on his head to like a dragon with added limbs and loss of those wings to get like just like antennas, to then become Mega Evolution to grow out those wings back even bigger, and to have the pearl again because it lost its pearl, and have it on its tail. Like I don't know, like it's confusing either way. Like I like Mega Dragonite, but at the same time, um, I don't know. Like they better have shiny Dragonite blue. That's the important part for me. And hopefully they get out. It's about time we see Eevee. Holy shit. Um, it's about time they have shiny or shiny fucking a. It's about time they have Mega Flygon, because I know that the artist block really like it was a big factor when they didn't do it. Oh, we're at okay. One more Eevee, and then we could call it a day. But Flygon was supposed to have a Mega Evolution, but the artist had artist block. That's what I meant to say, but I kind of jumped the gun and said artist block straight off the bat. Um, but yeah, that's for the most part. Um, I feel bad that they couldn't do it, or why they didn't make like another artist in charge of it if they have like a really good idea. And yeah, we found our last Eevee right here. Very cool, very cool. If there's another person watching right now, just let me know if you're here, and then like if you want, we could do 15 more minutes of finding, however many EVs, because we have officially found 50. Hold on, let me just make sure. I'm at 48. Oh, that's not too bad. I'm not too behind, I think. Um, we'll do it till we run out of aqua jets. How about that? Oh, I'm so glad I continued, dude. I am so glad. I got 7 aqua jets. Maybe it's not a good idea, because that implies I have to find other EVs. And in case I did miscount, this would make up for the one that I didn't count, I guess. So 51. And I guess I will stop around 5 minutes, I suppose. I don't know what the hell I'm trying to do here. Okay, there we go. Alright. Oh, that's the wrong fucking page. I didn't... Okay. Yeah, I'm not really thinking this through, but I would prefer to run out of aqua jets either way. Or when the egg hatches. We could do it till that happens. How much does it have left? It's about to hatch soon. Okay, well, end it when the egg hatches then. How about that? And the Eevee. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. And yeah, I have to end the stream soon anyway, because EVs don't come out at night either way. So there's that. So that's the unfortunate thing. 52. And I'm not sure how much I'm going to stream for tomorrow as well. But ideally, I want to get as much as I can. Either way. Alright. Dude, it would be crazy to find a shiny Eevee. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know what I'm gonna do if I find another shiny Jigglypuff, though. Like, I'll catch it. I just don't know if I could trade it to somebody, you know? Like, if they have a shiny to give me. I don't know how viable trading is in this game, if it's even possible. But yeah, who knows? Alright. We shall see. For anybody that watched this VOD after the fact, thank you so much. Like, that really means a lot to me, that you took the time to watch it, like, whether it's even on the background just hearing me out. Because I know this could be repetitive, me going back and forth, but hopefully the conversation is at least interesting. Because I tried to do my best when it comes to streaming or even recording, just, filling out the space of the air to just talk about whatever the fuck, But I'll think of something tomorrow to talk about. I do talk a lot either way. Like, IRL, I'm a very quiet ass person. The more people that show up, the less I talk. And some people out there actually never even heard my voice. So you'd be surprised. But like, one-on-one conversations I can do. Or even if it's just by myself. That I can do. That's something I trained my whole entire life in commentary to talk to myself and have a good conversation. Um, yeah, if we were to make a game, I think like a mini game, we can make X Pokemon for all the Pokemon that popped up in our screen, like Hysteric, for example. Like, what would the type of Hysteric would be? Um, we could consider that. Like, I would continue with that mini game, but the stream is about to end very soon, as there's Roselia on the screen. All right, and then we're gonna take off. All right. I wonder what's gonna happen first. Is the egg gonna hatch first, or are we gonna find like our 53rd Eevee? It's one of these things. Chansey's gonna be a hard one to consider as an X Pokemon. Like, what the hell would anybody make Chansey be? Like a rock? Rock type? I'm not sure. There's a lot of interesting choices here. But hopefully you guys are familiar with all these other Pokemon. Nosepass especially would be hard to figure out. Like I said, personally, I like to like stray away from different forms being similar typings. Like, although I like what's one Pokemon for example? Like Alolan Raichu, I guess. I mean, because there's no Alolan Pikachu, so I guess that's fine. But I mean, more so like a Diglett to a Alolan Diglett. It's Steel Rock, right? Or is it Steel Ground? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Diglett does share the same typing as Ground, but it just has Steel as well. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. But I do like Wiglets, like for Sword and Shield, when they just have a whole different Pokemon. Like that shit to me is pretty clever. And they could do that with a whole lot of Pokemon. We can make that into a whole different minigame when it comes to that. But yeah, Nose Pass. Um, and yeah, especially. Well, I don't know. I've been also considering in the future if you guys want a guest to be on the stream too, that can be possible as well. I just don't know if you guys would be down with that. Um, I don't know. Because for me, when it comes to streaming, sometimes. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of streamers that just plays and then barely talks. Because, like, it feels like that they're not streaming, that I'm just watching somebody play. Like, if I was in the corner of the room, they would just be living life. Like, sure, every now and then they would talk, but I don't know. Whenever I watch a streamer or like, watch a YouTube video, I rather have them really commentate and conversate the whole time. Something like that. That's why even when I'm not like having any viewers right now, I still talk because I know that there is people that look at the VOD, the VOD after the fact, and I try to be mindful of that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I would say. I get the feeling the egg's gonna hatch really soon because it already said it was about to hatch earlier, and I'm feeling it that it's gonna be in the next 3 minutes. So yeah, I mean, if you haven't already, please like the episode. Consider donating $1 to or whatever amount of money you feel. That's as long as you're feeling generous, whether it be Patreon, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, or even straight to the GoFundMe page where you'll see like the goal and all that and find out more information pertain to that. Any money will help out. Um, that is a for sure thing that they would definitely help me out at this point. But yeah, if you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games. Any of you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, in the next stream, as I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, we're going to be searching for as much Eevees as we can till there's like a good point to end off the stream. I'm not really sure, unless we somehow find Retro Eevee sooner rather than later, because that would be pretty fucking weird. I wish there was an easier way. Because, like, I know in Pokemon Glaze you could, like, keep attacking the same Pokemon over and over again. If Xenoverse had that too, this would be so much easier, but it's all good. We're going to shoot for 500. As any minute now, the egg's going to hatch. Either that or it's going to get me here another 20 minutes with the longest outro in the world. But it's all good. It's all good. I mean, whatever comes first. Either I run out Aqua Jets or the egg hatches. I think I only got like 6 more though. So yeah, we got that going for us. Let's see here. And also keep in mind that you guys could choose whatever game after this, because this is chapter 1 of the daily streams up until, I mean, like, I'll do the Monday to Friday. I don't know if I'm gonna record Saturday quite yet, but I will be streaming as much as I can to do the most with this, because this is pretty much game week. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was a long time ago. I did a VUR talking about game week. You know, uh, that's always been a goal of mine, just doing that. I just don't remember if that was August or if that was September, but that's something I always wanted to do. Just play a different variety of games throughout the whole week. And this is, like I said, chapter 1 of it. Let me know what you guys want to see for chapter 2, whether there's Donut Rush, Yoshi Story Nuzlocke, Majora's Mask 3-day run, or like, TCG Pocket, or Marvel Snap, or if you want to see Mario 64 Green Demon Challenge, just let me know. Whatever game you guys want me to do. I can't do Fortnite for some reason, because like Fortnite just doesn't let me get the game anymore. It just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't let me boot it up, because my graphics card is like shit, and I don't know why. But yeah, that's out of the question, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm also trying to work out to get like the mobile games onto the PC, and I'm also working out trying to get the capture card, the right plugins to get that all connected to get that working for you guys. I'm surprised that neither of which happened, of Eevee hatching and me running into an Eevee, because I thought one of the two was gonna happen in the last 3 minutes. But I guess I'm here, and I said the outro way too soon. Well, shit, bruh. Well, shit, bruh. There's another Roselia. Okay. No problem, though. There's a Eevee finally. As I finished my drink a while ago, Aqua Jet. Could he live 3 Aqua Jets? I have 1 more Aqua Jet to go. 1 more. Critical hit. I mean, it would have been fine earlier, but it's okay. So let's raise the counter yet again. I'm gonna keep the counter all night, pretty much. I'll try to remember 53 either way, just in case that, that doesn't stay. Hopefully I don't exit out, because that would be pretty stupid. But, yeah. Alright, let's see here. Come on. Come on, Egg. I know you want to hatch. I hope they didn't change it in Xenoverse where Flame Body doesn't actually reduce the time, because this is a long time to run, like, for a Pokemon to hatch, I would say. We got 4 minutes either way, because I would like to end around 6 o'clock. But we'll see. Whatever comes first. I'm feeling the Eevee's coming soon. One of the two, egg hatching or in the wilderness. Egg is coming first. Is it gonna be shiny? It is not shiny, but this is stress. Alright. This is stress. Alright. We'll be out there soon. Hold on. I want to find one more Eevee. I got one more Aqua Jet in store. Just one more Aqua Jet. Okay, let me do the outro properly this time, and hopefully we run into an Eevee. If you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. You haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games, and if you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, next time on the next stream, we're gonna be shooting for as much Eevees as possible. Did I add another number? Or I hope I did. I did, right? I fucking forgot. I think I did, yeah. And yeah, we're gonna be shooting for as much Eevees as we possibly can. At the same time, egg shiny hunting for a shiny Eevee. Whatever comes first, because we did end up getting a shiny Jigglypuff earlier in the stream. And yeah, that's gonna be for the most part. So hopefully we find an Eevee sooner rather than later, and then we could call it a day. So let's go ahead and do that. So yeah. I really want to say White Tigers and Dragons to you, but not quite yet. But like I said, be sure to consider donating, whether it's Patreon, PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, or go straight to the GoFundMe page. Either one, even $1 will come a long way, and I'll appreciate it very, very much to keep me on my feet, getting the car fixed, and getting the editing software renewed, and all that stuff. As we got our 54th Eevee. And yeah, we're here. So let's get out of here as we get another Pokemon. It would have been cool if we saw another Eevee. That'd be so dope. So let's just do the final bits. Actually, we could just fly out of here. I didn't want to save. Hold up, hold up. No, 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 no. Come on. Watch me not record this whole fucking time. I'd be so pissed. I'm like, you mean to tell me I was talking to myself for 5 straight hours and I didn't record? Like, are you fucking serious? I think I went to the wrong location. Well, I did, but it's okay. I'll ride the rest of the way. Okay. Let's go over here as he gets another egg. And let's put in the PC our third Eevee, and let's take a look at them. Adaptability, ability, speed, and special attack, and all that stuff. Okay, capable of kicking hits. That's nice. Alright, cool. I wish you would heal my Pokemon. I guess I could have done that with the lady I was just in front of. But yeah, let's get our fourth Poké-Egg. Is 4 the lucky number? We'll find out in the next episode of Pokemon. Alright, let's go fly back to this place, and then we'll call it. And yeah, it's exactly 6 o'clock, so it worked out perfectly fine. I don't remember what time I started, but it's for sure over 5 hours now. And I really appreciate you guys. Hope to see you tomorrow, unless, you know, like whatever day you see this VOD. Because, yeah, hopefully everything comes out right within the editing software as well. I think I'm at volume 10. I need to remember that. But yeah, White Tigers and Dragons to you. You've been SCARKNIGHT. I'm out. And thank you guys so much for watching.